and every story valued.
Lecole Chempaka Serene Valley, a school with a difference where learning is fun and close to life. We offer top-notch facilitation from highly qualified and experienced teachers, modern library and state-of-the-art digital classrooms, green-minded campus with a commitment to a sustainable planet, mindfulness and yoga. Teacher-student ratio of 1:25 ensures that your child gets individual attention.
I'm very grateful to my school for all the opportunities it has provided me with. My teachers always encourage me and they have inspired me in every way possible. This school has taught me a lot of values and I love cherishing all those moments with my friends.
Project-based learning, specialized community outreach programs, extracurricular skill development programs, field trips and study tours. Enroll your child in Lecole Chempaka Serene Valley today and give them the best gift of education. We don't promise, we prove your child deserves the best. Lecole Chempaka Serene Valley, Vattapara Road, Kallayam, Thiruvananthapuram.
Check. A very good morning to each one of you, distinguished leaders, respected educators, visionary principals, and dear colleagues from across the country. A warm and heartfelt welcome to Chempaka National Conference 2026. Today, Kochi has become the meeting point of ideas, leadership, research and purpose. We are deeply honored to host you for a day that is not just about discussion, but about direction.
This national gathering is guided by the theme, NEP 2020, Transforming Schools, Inspiring Leaders. A theme that calls every educator to reflect not only on what we teach, but on how we lead, why we lead, and whom we serve. This conference is an initiative of the Chempaka Research and Training Center, created to build a culture where school excellence is recognized through evidence, integrity, and real impact, not through publicity.
Across India today, schools are changing, classrooms are becoming more thoughtful, leadership more reflective, and learning more meaningful. And this conference is a space to honor that journey, where research meets classrooms and vision meets practice.
Over 100 schools have already confirmed participation today, and more than 250 schools and leaders across the country are part of this national learning and recognition network. You are not just participants, you are partners in shaping the future of Indian education.
We now request all our respected delegates to kindly take their seats as we are about to begin the formal inaugural proceedings of the Chempaka National Conference 2026.
Thank you for your cooperation. May this day bring you inspiration, insight, and meaningful connection.
Every meaningful journey begins with gratitude, reflection, and respect. Before we move into formal speeches and sessions, we begin today in the Indian tradition with light, prayer, and culture.
To begin this auspicious day, we will inaugurate the conference with traditional lighting of the ceremonial lamp, symbol of wisdom, clarity, and new beginnings.
May we respectfully request our distinguished dignitaries, Mr. V.N.P. Raj, Chairman, Chempaka Group of Institutions, Honorable Sri Haibi Eden, Member of Parliament, Ms. Shashikala Raj, Secretary, Chempaka Group of Institutions. May we all welcoming all of you to the dais. Mr. Harish Aya, educationalist and EdTech expert, Ms. Shija Nellai, Director, Chempaka Group of Institutions, Mr. Kapil Raghavendra, Founder, Marga Education and former Service Lead, HPINC, Mr. Jayan Naga, Director, Indian Group, Bangalore, Dr. Naga Venkatesh Deva Guptapu, Academic Dean and Professor, Goa Institute of Management, Dr. P.M. Anavaradam, Chairman of the Foundation for Ed Equity, Ms. Anu Lakshmanan, Manager, Cambridge Assessment International Education, South India, Mr. Lingala Vamsi, Education Consultant and Analyst with East Education India Private Limited, and Ms. Sida Nanduri, Senior Leader, the Dean's Academy, Bangalore, to kindly come forward for lighting of the lamp. We may request our Principal Pramod Sir to be on the dais.
We request all the dignitaries to stay back for the prayer and request all the guests to rise for prayer. We request all the dignitaries to stay back for the prayer and request all the guests to rise for prayer.
The
Thank you, respected dignitaries, for lighting the lamp and blessing this national gathering with a light and purpose. May we now request our dignitaries to kindly return to their seats.
We now arrive at a momentous juncture in our proceedings, the grand unveiling of our logo and theme of the event. This symbolic reveal encapsulates the essence of our shared vision, inspiring unity, creativity, and excellence as we embark on this celebratory journey together.
India welcomes its guests not only with words, but with warmth, tradition, and culture. And Kerala welcomes with rhythm, grace, and stories told through movement. Before we begin the formal sessions, we invite you to experience the cultural heartbeat of this land.
As the sacred beat awakens our souls, we present Guru Varnanam, a divine salutation that beautifully blends the grace of Bharatanatyam with the gentle sway of Kerala's Mohiniyattam, the vigor of Kalaripayattu, and the mystique of Theyyam. This evocative performance is choreographed by Ms. Devina Pradeep and presented under the able guidance of Dr. Ashokan P., Principal, Sri Vivekananda Public School.
You taught us music. You taught us to smile. You taught us to give and the right way to live. Can never thank you enough for being what you were and making us what we are. Gurave Namaha. Guru Brahma, Guru Vishnu, Guru Devo Maheshwara, Guru Sakshat Parabrahma, Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Guru Vishnu, Guru Devo Maheshwara, Guru Sakshat Parabrahma, Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Saptaswaramrita Jnana Pradaya Gurave Namaha.
ting ting takato takato.
What a one beautiful expression of Kerala's culture, graceful, vibrant, and deeply rooted in tradition. Thank you to our performers for that wonderful welcome.
Before we move into the formal proceedings, let us take a moment to understand the institution behind this national initiative, Lecole Chempaka. The Chempaka journey began nearly 4 decades ago as a small kindergarten rooted in care, values, and curiosity. Today, it has grown into a learning ecosystem that includes 3K to 12 schools, 4 elementary schools, 4 foundation schools, and 16 kindergartens, serving over 7,000 students with the support of nearly 800 educators and staff. Across Kerala, Chempaka stands not just as a group of schools, but as a learning culture where academics, creativity, values, physical development, and life skills grow together.
From this journey was born the Chempaka Research and Training Center, with one clear belief: school must not only teach, they must also learn, research, reflect, and evolve. CRTC works with the schools to study real classroom practices, leadership models, and learning cultures, turning experience into evidence and action into insight. The Chempaka National Conference and the National and State Recognition Awards are not popular awards. They are based on an 18-month ethical, digital, and practice-based review of schools and leaders, studying their vision, learning culture, innovation, student engagement, leadership values, and social contribution.
From across India, over 250 schools and leaders were studied, and those who showed consistent, authentic impact are being recognized today. This makes it one of India's first research-driven, evidence-based recognition initiative in school education.
This process was strengthened through our research partner, Attract.ai, who supported data analysis, digital footprint study, and engagement tracking, ensuring fairness, transparency, and credibility. Together, Chempaka and Attract.ai work to ensure that recognition is rooted in truth, not trends.
This entire initiative reflects the vision of Chempaka's chairman, our Raj sir, that India must move from being only consumers of global ideas to becoming creators of global educational thought. These awards are not just to celebrate excellence, but to build a national movement where Indian schools led research, innovation, and best practice for the world.
With that, we now move into the formal inauguration session. May we respectfully invite our distinguished dignitaries to the dais.
We would also like to invite Ms. Pamela Anna, Vice Principal, Lecole Chempaka International, to welcome our distinguished dignitaries.
Distinguished guests, luminaries of the academic world, and seekers of knowledge, good morning. In our traditions, the Chempaka flower is more than a bloom. It is a sacred symbol of new beginnings and the progress of the soul. Today, as we gather in the heart of the vibrant city where the rhythm of the Arabian Sea meets the pulse of innovation, we aren't opening just a conference. We are here to nurture a garden of ideas, ideas that will and must provide shade for generations to come. To lead us in this endeavor, we are going to be graced by a dais that represents the very best of leadership, intellect, and heart. It is an immense privilege for us to welcome our chief guest, Shri Haibi Eden, Honorable Member of the Parliament, Lok Sabha, an intelligent, dynamic, and articulate young leader from Kerala. He represents a progressive voice in Indian democracy and has consistently supported initiatives in education, youth development, and social equity. Sir, you are a leader who can understand that the destiny of India is being written today within the four walls of classrooms. Beyond the titles and the corridors of power, we welcome you as a champion of our youth, the future of our nation, and someone who believes that every child in this democracy deserves not just a seat in the classroom, but a seat at the table of our nation's progress. Sir, your presence here today is an inspiration to every dreamer in this room. It doesn't just grace our function, it validates our mission. With profound respect and admiration, we are truly honored and humbled to welcome you. Every great journey begins with a single step. Next, we welcome our chairman, Shri VNP Raj. Sir, you have seen how the Chempaka group grew from a tiny seed, a single kindergarten, into a sturdy tree that shelters thousands. Your vision isn't just about buildings, it's about values and the human-centered education that you hold so dear. We welcome you today, sir, not just as a chairman, but as our North Star. If the vision is the heart, the execution is, of course, the soul. We warmly welcome Srimati Shashikala Raj. Ma'am, you are the quiet strength behind the Chempaka ecosystem. Your commitment to integrity and your student-centered heart, and that ensures our values are never lost in the growth. You remind us that behind every system, there is a child's future. We are deeply pleased to welcome you, ma'am. Our dearest director has always been our motivational leader. Her role in institutional planning, quality systems, and people leadership continues to strengthen Chempaka's academic and organizational foundations. Thank you, ma'am, for your unwavering support and for providing the environment that allows talents to flourish. To look at the future of learning, we need a guide who has walked the path. We welcome our first keynote speaker, Mr. Harish Aya, an experienced educator with over 2 decades of contribution to school leadership, Cambridge training, inspection, and also education technology. He has worked closely with the government of Gujarat and continues to influence school systems nationally and internationally. Sir, we look forward to your keynote on evidence, equity, and the future of learning in India. We are delighted to welcome you. Wisdom is most powerful when it is shared. We are honored to welcome Dr. N.V. Guptapu from Goa Institute of Management. His work spans leadership, governance, and management education, bridging academic research with real-world institutional practice. Sir, your ability to bridge the world of academic research with the reality of institutional leadership is a gift to this conference. We are eager to learn from the clarity that you bring to complex conversations. We are pleased to welcome you, sir. Education must prepare children for a world that we can barely imagine. We warmly welcome Mr. Kapil Raghavendra, a former senior leader at HP Singapore and founder of Marga Education. His work focuses on future-ready learning and leadership development. He bridges the fast-paced world of global industry with the nurturing world of education. Your focus on future-ready learning is exactly what our times demand, sir. We look forward to your reflections on leadership and transformation in schooling. We are honored to welcome you. We are pleased to welcome Mr. Jayant Naga, Director, the Indian Group, Bangalore, an accomplished industry leader. He brings valuable perspectives on technology, organizational culture, and strategic growth. Your presence ensures that the dialogue between industry and the classrooms will remain vibrant and real. We are delighted to welcome you. Our national panel discussion today is enriched by 4 individuals who are just not experts, but advocates of change. We warmly welcome Ms. Anu Lakshman, Manager for South India of Cambridge Assessment International Education. She supports schools in curriculum, assessment, and international benchmarking, bringing expertise in global education frameworks. Ma'am, we look forward to her international perspective in today's panel. We are honored to welcome Dr. Anvaratham, a senior academic leader with extensive experience in institutional governance, system leadership, and higher education transformation. He has also worked closely with the government on educational initiatives. Sir, Your system perspective will greatly enrich the panel discussion. We are honored to welcome you. We warmly welcome Dr. Sita Nanduri, Senior Leader at the Dean's Academy, Bangalore, an accomplished educationalist. She is widely respected for her work in learning culture, curriculum leadership, and school management. Madam, your child-centered leadership perspective will add depth to our discussion. We are pleased to welcome Mr. Vamsi Lingala, an educational analyst and alumnus of IIM Visakhapatnam. His work lies at the intersection of data, policy, and educational systems with a strong focus on research and strategic analysis. Sir, we look forward to your insights on data systems and authenticity in education. We are pleased to welcome you. Once again, we extend a warmest welcome to all our distinguished guests, speakers, and panelists. We now invite the dignitaries to kindly take their seats as we proceed with the inaugural address. Thank you.
May I respectfully request all our distinguished dignitaries to be on the stage. Our chairman, VNP Raj, our Honorable Sri Haibi Eden, Ms. Shashikala Raj, Ms. Shija Nellai, Mr. Harish Aya, Mr. Kapil Raghavendra, Mr. Jayan Naga, Dr. Naka Venkatesh Deva Guptapu, Dr. P.M. Anavaradam, Ms. Anu Lakshman, Mr. Vamsi Lingala, and Ms. Sita Nanduri.
Now it's my privilege to invite Mr. V.N.P. Raj, Chairman, Chempaka Group of Institutions, to greet the occasion and share the vision behind this national initiative. Sir.
Good morning to Honorable and dear Member of Parliament, the son of Kochi, Mr. Haibi Eden. Then welcome to my dear wife and Secretary of Chempaka, Shashikala. Welcoming Mr. Harish ji, for traveling all the way from Ahmedabad and be here. Welcoming Mr. Kapil Raghavendra. Welcoming Mr. Jayant Naga. Welcoming Mr. Naga Deva Guptapu. It is Mr. Naga, basically. Then welcoming Mrs. Anu Lakshman. Welcoming Dr. Sita, Dr. Anvaradam, and my dear friend and colleague, Mr. Vamsi. The first question I will briefly answer to everyone. I know you have come all the way from Delhi up to South India. Is who are we? What is Chempaka? I have also one of my earlier colleagues sitting here, Joy sir, thank you. Chempaka is a built-in educational legacy of 40 years. Started from kindergarten with our own product, and developed into a school group of South Indian city of Trivandrum with more than 5,000 students, and considered among other schools one of the premium school of Trivandrum. And we are very dedicated to the cause of education and development of children. What is that makes Chempaka perhaps a distinguished institution, you may be thinking, is nothing but a bond that is created between the teacher and the student. If there is no bond between teacher and student, there is no Chempaka. Like a child with the mother, Chempaka teacher is with the student. In what way? Every child in a Chempaka classroom is treated equally by the teacher. There shall be no discrimination by marks, by learning, by caste, by culture, by creed, anything. The teacher and the children are in one bond of freedom, of liberty, of expression and innovation and growth. That is Chempaka. Today, with a lot of difficulty, all the Chempaka leaders, but I have a special word for Mr. Pramod Pillai, the principal of the main campus, to venture further. This is the second conference we organized. First one was a smaller one in Trivandrum, but today we took the courage to go nationally to India, study the schools, invite more than 100 schools and its principals to be at par and in partnering with Chempaka for the NEP 2020 and its future. That is why you are honored and brought here. The journey only begins, my dear colleagues. By 2040, we wish to be a partnership of 1,000 schools across India, focusing into research and development of teaching and learning for great student outcomes. We look at 3 conclusions by 2040. Beyond the bond, I just said we need 3 clear conclusions in the Indian education. The first thing that we focus is knowledge. Certainly knowledge is required, my friends, but knowledge combines with what? No knowledge can combine without passion. And no knowledge can work between knowledge, passion, and skills. But all these are well united by the compassionate outlook of every Indian child. 30 years down the line, we need an Indian who is an Indian but at par with any global child, any global citizen. That is our commitment for 2040. We wish to work with every school in that direction. If I am personally asked, the first thing that every child should achieve is beyond knowledge, beyond an examination, beyond a grading, is the ability of the intelligence with a human heart to eliminate what is not required. There are a lot of misinformations and disinformations and contaminated social things that every child, through learning, through knowledge, through passion, through skill, and through experience, have to take the eliminating ability of taking away the unwanted, building a conscience to discriminate, building the ability to take the right. What is NEET examination today is nothing but elimination. In a context, what are to be eliminated so that you reach one concept which matches the context. Children from the very early age, this eliminating intelligence is brought. They themselves, they can also reach any destination they want to reach in life if education and pedagogy is programmed with an eliminating intelligence. That is the first level, my dear friends. But the second level is far more important. It is not elimination that can perhaps pass a child to eligible across an entrance examination, but the real intelligence gets challenged through problem solving. Problem solving is much higher. It has to cross over all the hurdles to see that the child has the intelligence, ability, the knowledge, the passion, the skill, and the experience to solve a problem, which is the future of India, which is the future of the world. So I said the intelligence for elimination, I said the intelligence for problem solving or creativity. The last comes, my dear friends, the compassion, developing passion to compassion. And what is compassion? Compassion is nothing but the ability of a child not being prejudged. It's a common problem of humanity. Judge, judge, judge. Have you understood? Try to understand first. Don't prejudge anything. Don't prejudge people, but judge correctly. Judge with compassion. A compassionate judgment underlines three things a child should be able to achieve is the ability to liberate others and oneself. Are you able to liberate people? Liberate from the bondages they are. The educated bondage is much higher than the uneducated bondage. So liberty has to come in for compassion, and also it has to come that the integrity and dignity. Are we able to respect others as we respect ourselves? It's a great learning process. The Vision 2040 says that compassion is liberating, compassion is able to compassion is able to liberate, then compassion is to give dignity, and lastly, provide equality of opportunity. Every Indian child in the future, every citizen in the future should boldly say that whatever opportunities I am getting, I am willing to give the same opportunity every colleague of mine. So then only we come to the compassionate, non-judgmental status and come to a judgmental status where everything is researched, everything is developed, everything is accepted, and nobody is condemned. This is our vision for 2040. We wish to align with more than 1,000 schools in this journey. Definitely, we are not stopping this conference by the second. I really wish and hope that the third conference, we should be able to be seen in Bangalore. That's a dream, and we are committed to work from the coming Monday onwards for that. With these few words, before I invite Honorable Member of Parliament, Haibi Eden. He is from Cochin. I too have a house in Cochin. I told him, don't consider me from Trivandrum. I have a part of Kochi also. But with these few words, I tell you, my dear colleagues, the Chempaka journey, with all said and done, is liberating you from you. Every citizen from himself. And in that process, our children has to hold the deepest Indian values, the deepest Indian culture. You may think, what is deepest Indian values and culture? I believe it is ahimsa. What is ahimsa? Ahimsa is do not hurt anybody else. Liberty, equality, dignity, everything is included in that. Says that do not hurt anybody by mind, by body, and by opportunity. I bow down to the great Mahatma Gandhi and the great Indian leaders who brought up this Indian culture, which has to become a global culture one day. With these few words, I welcome all the participants here. I welcome every Chempaka family member here, every colleague here. I welcome every people, dignitaries on the seat, and I welcome the great Member of Parliament, Haibi Eden. Please inaugurate this conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Raj sir, for sharing your vibrant and passionate ideas.
Now, it is my proud and privileged honor to invite our chief guest, Honorable Sri Haibi Eden, Member of Parliament, a dynamic youth icon and inspiring national leader, the articulate, progressive and vibrant voice of our state in the Parliament of India, to graciously and formally inaugurate the Chempaka National Conference 2026 and deliver the inaugural address. Welcome, sirs, to the dais.
The Honorable President of the function, Chairman of the Chempaka Institutions, Sri VNP Raj Sir, Secretary Mrs. Shashikala Ma'am, Director Srimati Shija, distinguished speakers Sri Harish Aya, Sri Devgupt, Sri Kapil Raghavendra, distinguished panelists, distinguished guests on the dais, off the dais, principals, teachers, and representatives who have gathered here for this very auspicious meeting organized by the Chempaka Institution. At the outset, I would like to congratulate all the winners by which Chempaka has done an evaluation, a scientific-based evaluation in which you all are winners. So at the outset, I would like to congratulate each and every school who have come from different parts of the country to Kochi. You can applaud yourself because I'm congratulating you. And I'm happy for the fact that this conference is happening in Cochin. And I'm very happy to understand that Chempaka is blooming in Kochi as well. They have started an institution in Cochin, and Kochi, as we know, is the business capital of Kerala. A city which is very fast growing, which is very vibrant, and the kind of institutions and the state-of-the-art transportation facilities we have attracts more and more business to Kerala, and I believe that we need more schools in Cochin. So I'm very sure that Chempaka has a bright and prosperous journey and future in Cochin. So I would like to invite the entire management and team of Chempaka to the wonderful, beautiful city of Cochin. Everybody inside this hall, except me, are subject experts of many different subjects. Of education especially, we have panelist speakers, principals, teachers. Politicians are the most unfortunate lot who has to go to channel discussions every day. And one day it would be on the Indian nuclear deal, and the next day it would be on the Indian Premier League. But on any of those subjects, we are considered as subject experts, and we are bound to speak on that. But fortunately, I'm not one who appears on channels for these discussions because I don't speak on subjects which I am unaware of. I've been a student activist all my life. I was heading a student organization for the country, and I've traveled to almost all the states and most of the universities. And being an MLA twice and being a member of parliament for the second time, I believe that we should have close interaction with the young people of this country, especially students and youngsters. When you make a law for the country, my job is to make laws for the country. Once a little girl whom I was addressing was asked, do you know what is the job of a parliamentarian? And she said that Haibi uncle comes for all the funerals and weddings in my family. So that is another part of us, but the real job of us is to make laws for the country. So when we make laws for the country, especially when it comes to education, especially when it comes to academics, I always make sure that the concerned subject experts and people who are beneficiaries of the law, people who would be affected in terms of the law would be consulted. Even if it is business houses, even if it is the doctors' fraternity, even if it is the teachers or the system of education. NEP wasn't a law, so it was not a discussion in the parliament. But apart from that, whenever we have amendments and new laws in place, I always try to make sure that your voice is also heard, so that we have a clear, crystal view of the subject. And the bill being from the opposition, I believe that we can intervene and create an ambience and atmosphere where the law is more robust in its nature. And if there are any flaws, it to be made it better. So, being a passionate person who closely observed this, I believe that Kerala is quite fortunate in terms of education. We have one of the best primary general education scenario. In terms of higher education, we have the maximum number of students enrolled to the higher education sector. When we look at the statistics on the national average, I think Kerala is in the forefront. But we have a lot of flaws and we have a lot of limitations when it comes to the higher education scenario, because I don't think we have any of the best medical colleges or B schools or engineering colleges or law schools for that matter. I mean, we have certain colleges and departments which have been in the rankings, in the national rankings of magazines and institutions, but unfortunately, I don't think we, compared to our system of education in the general sector, we should have been much, much higher in those arenas. Right from pre-independent movements, we have had a lot of schools. The history of Kerala with the social reformers who represented Kerala always thought that education is the best way to bring the socially backward to the forefront. Right from Srinarayana Guru, Saint Chavara Kuriakos Elias, Mannatha Padmanabhan, all the Muslim Educational Society, all the religious managements were very keen to understand the fact that the development of the society would happen through education. And that is the one reason before the government schools and before the aided schools or before the independent movements, Kerala was in the forefront for providing education in spite of the gender and caste differences. We have passed the Right to Education Act in 2009, which provides free and compulsory education up to the age of 14. As I said, Kerala is much, much ahead in terms of considering the law. But you go to the northern part of India, no offense if anybody from the northern part of India is here, I'm talking about cases which are relevant or which are based on facts. And in many North Indian states, in the rural part of India, even now, children are denied education on the basis of caste, on the basis of gender, being from a backward community or from a Dalit community, you've been denied the basic right of education. So Kerala, in those terms, is much, much ahead. But like Raj sir said, so the person who wrote me this chit is working in your institution. So he wrote Chairman Raj sir, Secretary, and the rest of the names. So later he came to me and he corrected it as VNP Raj. But after listening to your speech, I think I should also call you Raj sir, because you're so much involved in the system of education. You're so much or of a visionary. You exactly know what is to be done in this country. And I'm happy that the 4 decades of Chempaka has brought out a culture of learning where you just don't confine your institution to yourself, but you're coordinating with the other institutions to study much better, to get the best practices, and do a lot of research in this arena to bring out more light on this area, and to have a vision for the next 25 years. So, Raj sir, you truly deserve the title Raj sir. I'm very happy to be here. I don't see any happy faces. All of you are winners. All of you have been selected through a very scientific-based, research-based competition. And as I said, Kerala, in terms of education, lack a lot of things, but when I listen to the vision of Chempaka institution, when I listen to new schools, when I go to new schools and find the kind of brilliance the young people have, the kind of technology which is involved in education. When I speak to my daughter, I sometimes don't understand her language. It's not Malayalam, English, or Hindi, but it's a kind of language the young people communicate with. And the kind of brilliance they have, the kind of access they have to information, the kind of access they have to technology is something which all the teachers should be afraid of. I mean, Mata Pita Guru Deva was the key tagline of the previous generation. So all the information and knowledge was confined to teachers at a time. Now the young people, the students, have more access to the information, to the knowledge world where they understand more than a teacher. So what is the role of a teacher is something which we have to very carefully look upon. Teachers are not just answers to all the questions, but they should act as a facilitator as well. So I believe that it is more of a challenging job for a teacher to enter into a class and to face the students and to understand artificial intelligence and to understand technology which was not a part of your curriculum or syllabus when you passed your examination. And keeping you updated, keeping AI as a tool in the future, and integrating technology to our system of education is something which every school or every system of education is going to face as a challenge. So I'm pretty sure that Chempaka is well equipped with their long-standing vision, and with the kind of resources they have a clear understanding of what they exactly want. As I said, it's blooming everywhere. It's blooming in Cochin as well. I'm very happy to be here. As I said, I'm not a subject expert, so whatever I speak is truly based on my experience. So when you speak in front of principals or teachers, 2 days back, I went to my own school called CCPLM Anglo Indian High School. And when I spoke there, I was pretty afraid because my maths teacher was in front of me, in the front line. And I had this very special talent where when we had our Onam examinations, I used to fail in my maths paper 1. And somehow when I managed to win my paper 1 in Christmas examination, I used to fail in maths 2. So this particular teacher called Tonila had given us special classes, special coaching, special training, and equipped myself. My father was not at all confident that I would win my SSLC examinations. But somehow I got 430, which was like 72%, but I got 34 in first and second. I got 68 marks in mathematics, which was quite astonishment for me as well, because organic chemistry is something which I went pretty low and down. So what I'm trying to say is our system should be equipped in such a way that it is inclusive as well. We have a lot of children who have learning disabilities. We have a lot of children who are differently abled. We have a lot of children whose IQ quotient is pretty low. So our system should be also designed in such a way that it is also defined in the Right to Education Act, where it should be an inclusive system where we would take them also into action. We have maybe a class of 40, maybe we might have 1 or 2 students who might not be brilliant as they are, or they might be equipped in different arenas as well. And Chempaka, I would also like to request not just academics, but in terms of extracurricular activities, in terms of arts, literature, in terms of sports. It's a combination of all. You never know what your children are up to. They might be one of the biggest cricketers or footballers or singers or dancers or poets. So everybody in the class should have a space. So I once again thank the management of Chempaka for having me here, for having the conference in Cochin. We always have a fight with Dr. Tharoor when it comes to Trivandrum and Kochi, and I take it in the good spirit, and I always consider that this city has a lot of potential, and I wish you all to come back again to the Queen of Arabian Sea for more such conferences and more such meetings. Thank you. Jai Hind. I would like to declare this program as inaugurated.
Sorry to come in. After hearing this great speech of our Cochin MP, on behalf of everyone here, and on behalf of every Chempakite here, I would love to give MP a hug for 2 reasons. One, representing us and equally sharing an educational vision which was holistic in nature. I couldn't expect this much from the MP side, but you are actually speaking as an educator. So every one of us wish to share a hug. I am going to share it with you. But there is one more thing. That is especially for every Chempaka teacher here. A person who struggled for mathematics paper 1 and 2 is today one of India's national leader, holistic development. So for these 2 things, and I promise you, sir, Chempaka and every school here is holistic. It is into arts, into crafts, into sports, into games, anything and everything possible for a child, the stage is given. So with your permission, on your behalf and on Chempaka behalf, come sir.
Thank you so much, sir, Honorable Sri Haibiden, for such an inspiring, thought-provoking talk. Sir, we request you to, we request you to step back for a few moments to give away very important awards. So we now move on to one of the most meaningful moments of this conference, the National and State School Recognition Awards.
For receiving the award, may we invite JG International School for receiving May I invite JG International School for receiving National Award for Excellence in Global Education. For delivering excellence in global education through a balanced, value-driven and future-ready learning approach. JG International School. Next, may I invite RVS International Academy. Next, may I invite RVS International Academy for receiving National Award for Innovation in Affordable Cambridge Education. RVS International Academy. for transforming the Cambridge pathway through innovation, affordability, education accessible with integrity and impact. Next, may I invite Pallikudam School for receiving National Environmental Education Excellence Award. Pallikudam School for National Environmental Education Excellence Award. May I invite Sense Kaleidoscopes, a unit of IAD Trust, for receiving National Award for Excellence in Inclusive Education. Sense Kaleidoscopes, a unit of IAD Trust. May I invite Anand Niketan Group of Schools for receiving National Award for Innovation in Indian Knowledge Systems. Anand Niketan Group of Schools. Kindly be on stage. Next, may I invite Sadbhavana World School for receiving National Award for Excellence in Inclusive and Value-Centered Education. Sadbhavana World School, kindly be on stage. For receiving the award, after Sadbhavana World School, I would like to invite Samarthanam Barrier-Free Residential School for Inclusive Education Excellence Award, South India. Lastly, I would like to call Samarthanam Barrier-Free Residential School on stage for receiving Inclusive Education Excellence Award, South India.
Congratulations to all the award recipients. Your work inspires not just your schools, but the entire nation. As a mark of our gratitude and respect, may we request our chairman, Mr. V.N.P. Raj, to kindly felicitate our chief guest.
As we come to the end of the inaugural ceremony, we express our heartfelt gratitude to all who made this beginning meaningful. May we invite Ms. Nisha Sharath, Academic Coordinator, Chempaka Research and Training Center, to deliver the vote of thanks for the inaugural session. May I request everyone to kindly rise and join us in a warm round of applause as we bid our Honorable Hybie Eden a fond farewell. Kindly give him a big round of applause. Cherishing the inspiration he has bestowed upon us all. Thank you, sir. Thank you for gracing this occasion. May I invite Ms. Nisha Sharath, Academic Coordinator, to deliver the vote of thanks for the inaugural session.
Honorable Chief Guest, respected Chairman, distinguished dignitaries on the dais, award recipients, invited guests, delegates, ladies and gentlemen. As this distinguished inaugural session draws to a close, it is my honor, on behalf of the Chempaka Research and Training Center and Chempaka Society for Educare, to propose the vote of thanks. At the outset, we express our profound gratitude to our Honorable Chief Guest, Shri Haibi Edith, Member of Parliament. We are deeply honored by his gracious presence and sincerely thank him for accepting our invitation. We then place on record our deepest sense of gratitude to our revered chairman, Mr. VNP Raj, whose visionary leadership, unwavering values, and steadfast commitment to the education continue to guide Chempaka as a center of academic excellence and institutional integrity. This conference stands as a true reflection of his enduring vision and purposeful leadership. Our heartfelt appreciation goes to Ms. Shashikala Raj, Secretary, Chempaka Group of Institutions, for her consistent guidance, institutional stewardship, and invaluable support in shaping the academic mission of Chempaka. We place our sincere gratitude to Ms. Shija Nellai, Director, Chempaka Group of Institutions, for her guidance, leadership, and invaluable support for the growth and advancement of this institution. We extend our sincere gratitude to Mr. Jayant Naga, Director, Indium Group, for his gracious presence on the inaugural dais. His association with this conference underscores the importance of industry, academia, collaboration, and adds significant value to the deliberation of this forum. We express our special gratitude to our distinguished speakers, Mr. Harish Aya, Mr. Naga Venkatesh Deva Guptapu, and Mr. Kapil Raghavendra for their valuable presence on the inaugural dais and for leading the keynote sessions that follow. Their sustained academic engagement brings depth, continuity, and intellectual rigor to this conference. We place on record our sincere appreciation to our esteemed panelists, Ms. Sita Nanduri, Ms. Anu Lakshmanan, Ms. Lingala Vamsi, and Dr. P.M. Anavaradam for their role in the panel discussion, which form an integral part of the academic proceedings of this conference. We extend our sincere gratitude to all the award recipients for graciously accepting our invitation and honoring this occasion with their presence. Your achievements and dedication stand as a testament to the spirit of excellence this platform proudly upholds. Our sincere thanks to all the delegates and participants whose enthusiastic participation and intellectual engagement give true purpose and vitality to this gathering. We also acknowledge the deep appreciation, the efforts of the organizing committee, academic coordinators, faculty members, volunteers, technical team, and support staff whose meticulous planning and tireless efforts ensured the smooth and dignified conduct of this inaugural program. In conclusion, once again, on behalf of the Chempaka Research and Training Center and the Chempaka Society for Educare, I extend our heartfelt thanks to everyone who has contributed to making this inauguration both meaningful and memorable. Thank you all.
Thank you, ma'am. With this, the inaugural
So now I would like to invite Padma Seshadri Balabhavan Senior Secondary School for receiving Academic Laureate of Distinction South India. Padma Seshadri Balabhavan Senior Secondary School. For decades of unmatched academic excellence marked by rigor, subject mastery, and outstanding student achievement. A big round of applause for Padma Seshadri Balabhavan Senior Secondary School.
Thank you, sir. With this, the inaugural session of the Chempaka National Conference 2026 comes to a close. I request all dignitaries can now return to their designated seats.
We now move forward into the academic and leadership journey of the day with orations, panel discussions, research presentations, and shared learning. We request all participants to remain seated as we prepare for the next session. Welcome again to the Chempaka National Conference 2026. We will be starting with the keynote addresses during this session.
May we request Ms. Regina Aya, Senior School Coordinator, Lecole Chempaka, Silver Oaks, to kindly come to the dais and invite our first keynote speaker of the day. I request Ms. Regina Aya, Senior School Coordinator, Lecole Chempaka, Silver Oaks, to kindly come to this dais and invite our first keynote speaker of the day.
I would like to invite respected Regina ma'am to be on the stage to invite our first keynote speaker of the day. Audience, let's give some few minutes for Regina ma'am to be on stage. So, Regina Aya, Senior School Coordinator, Lecole Chempaka, Silver Rocks, to come to the dais and invite our first keynote speaker of the day. Regina ma'am, over to you.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm sorry for the delay. We now have the privilege of welcoming our keynote speaker for the morning, Mr. Harish Aya, an education professional with over 27 years of experience working across school leadership, curriculum development, teacher capacity building, and education systems transformation, both in India and internationally. Since 2012, Mr. Harish has worked extensively in the EdTech space, designing systems that support learning, assessment, and school operations. His current work focuses on using AI to move education from rote learning to competency-based assessment, helping schools measure what learners can truly do with knowledge. His philosophy of assessment for learning reflects his belief that evaluation must support growth, not just ranking. He has played a significant role in introducing and strengthening the Cambridge Diploma in Teaching and Learning in India, working closely with Cambridge Assessment and supporting the professional development of some of the finest school leaders and principals in the country. He has also served as a Cambridge inspector, bringing a strong lens of quality assurance, evidence, and learning culture to schools. Mr. Iyer has worked closely with the government of Gujarat, contributing to initiatives in school education and higher education, particularly in strengthening English language proficiency and academic capability among college students. Well before technology became mainstream in education, he was among the early advocates of technology-enabled learning, introducing the flipped learning approach in India as early as 2009, with a clear belief that technology must serve pedagogy, not replace it. More recently, he has been instrumental in shaping research-based, authentic school recognition frameworks, including the work undertaken with the Chempaka Research Center, focusing on digital footprints, learning culture, leadership practices, and evidence beyond marks and rankings. It is this rare combination of ground-level school experience, policy engagement, research orientation, and ethical leadership that makes him especially suited to address today's keynote theme. The keynote address topic, Reimagining School Excellence, Evidence, Equity, and the Future of Learning in India. Please join me in warmly welcoming Mr. Harish Aya to deliver the keynote address. Sir, please.
Our first keynote speaker is Mr. Harish Aya.
Thank you so much. Educators, dignitaries, it's over the next 40 minutes, I'll try and share some of my thoughts. When I say my thoughts, I think the key theme that we have been hearing since morning, there are two key words which I would like you to focus on. One is equity. Hebe sir talked about it, Raj sir talked about it, and the second one is evidence. So as educators, we do not need any invitation to the word evidence because a lot of time and effort is spent in schools to collect evidence of learning and present it to parents, students, and that evidence is probably which brings us all here today, because there is some evidence that has been collected, and due to that, the result is that you are all here today. So today, in today's talk, Hebe sir talked about how Kerala ranks very high. And I'm sure each school here has ranked very high on some parameters, which is why they are here. They have been selected, best in the city for something, best in the country, best state in the country. Now, I have very strong evidence here, comes from PISA, the International Schools Assessment, okay? The data which it shows is between school variance usually is between 10% and 36%, okay? Now you understand this. Suppose you are the best school in a state for something, okay? The difference in performance of your school to the other schools is 10 to 30%. So you are 10 to 30% better from the other schools, okay? So when we say Kerala as a state, okay, is excellent, what we are saying is Kerala's performance is 10 to 30% better than the other states. But what is more glaring is the second piece of information, which says that within the school variance is 60 to 90%. You understand this? You may be the best school in a state for some parameter because you are better than the other school by 30%. Within your school, on the same parameter, there is almost 90% variance between the best student in your school and the below performing student in your school. Are you with me on this? Yeah? So, when I am saying equity and evidence, my focus over the next 35 to 37 minutes is going to be on how do you reduce this variance. Okay, because we are not in a race to compete with other schools in the city, right? Or any other institution for that matter. But what is important is to understand that being the best does not mean that every student in your school has the same equitable opportunity, right? And in this, again, the key factor remains the teacher, okay? So, with this slide, I want to establish the fact, this is all research-based data, none of the data is mine. But I want to establish with this slide that there is immense within school variance and teachers play a very important role in trying to reduce that variance. So, when I went through all the research that is available and to identify what are the key features which we could change, which could reduce the variance within the school, two things stand out. One is teacher observation and two is formative feedback. And when I say teacher observation with formative feedback, with a formative focus, not as a judging focus. Okay, I'll talk more about it later. But suppose at the end of this presentation, you feel that yes, this sounds interesting, this sounds valid, and we want to implement these two things in our school, if the thought comes up, or any other innovation in that school, you will find that there are 4 other enabling factors. Okay? So whenever you want to introduce an innovation, you also need to today talk in terms of how your teachers will develop, how you will effectively make an implementation plan, what will be the use of technology in it, and what will be the role of parents in it. Okay? So what I have done is, I have compiled research in all these 6 domains, which I will be presenting to you over the next 35 odd minutes. Okay? And why I chose them is, because I am myself working in this domain. And these are all, the first 2 domains are very close to my heart: formative assessment, teacher observation, teacher development. And when I know that we want to drive any of these innovations in the classroom, what are the problems? The problem is, how much technology should we use? What will be the parental involvement? How will we roll this out? Okay? So it is purely based on my own experience of my own tech initiatives. I have researched this and I'm going to present that to you. So number 1, so if you decide that as a school, we want to reduce variance within our students and we want to build more equity, okay, then the number 1 tool of your choice will be formative assessment, okay? Because formative assessment, research says, this is William and Black, okay, 1998. It's been 27 years now, since 28 years, since they first came up with the book. I just missed the name of the book, but this was definitive and it identified that formative assessment has immense power to change what is happening inside the classrooms. And through the data, you will see the first one, unfortunately, it is formative assessment in mathematics, okay? By doing formative assessment in mathematics, you will find that almost 60-70% improvement has been seen. in formative assessment in English language, almost 50% improvement was seen. And in all the other subjects, also there is sizable improvement, but that improvement ranges in the value of 15 to 20%. Okay? So if formative assessment is so powerful, and most schools do formative assessments in some form, right? We keep saying we do FA1, FA2, whatever, terminologies keep coming up. Then why is that difference really not showing up? If formative assessment is being done, then why is it not showing up? So that there again there is research from 2010 and 2005 which says that educators think formative assessment is another kind of a test. It is not. You can't do a test. You can't do a term test and say this is my formative assessment test. And that is where the problem is. We all assume that we are doing formative assessment and think it's really not adding up. But what we are doing in terms of formative assessment is another mini test, some quizzes that we are doing. And in some schools, I have even seen that formative assessment scores are mentioned. That in FA1 or formative assessment, student has got this score. Whereas the objective of formative assessment is that it will not be graded. The whole rationale of formative assessment is that there is no risk. If you see that in low stakes, research shows that adding grades to formative tasks can reduce student motivation and risk taking. Okay? And again, the formative assessment is teacher owned. The teacher is the one who is checking it. Teacher is the one who is giving the grades. Okay? Whereas formative assessment by nature has to be student owned. So, one, we understand that formative assessment can reduce variance. There is sufficient data. But we also know that it is not happening. Why? Because of these three reasons. They are understood as another kind of test, teacher driven and graded. Whereas all three are a big no-no. That's not what should be happening. And formative assessment needs a critical focus on feedback. Okay? I will be happy to share the presentation, so just don't worry about it. Pramod sir, teachers, I'll be happy to put up the PPT as a PDF, so I'll just send it across. So don't bother about the presentation, taking photographs of the presentation or anything. Just focus, okay? So the biggest challenge in formative assessment is giving feedback, because formative means the feedback has to have three components. Feed up, where am I going? So what's the goal? Where do I want to reach? How am I doing right now? So I want to reach there, but through my effort, this output, how well am I doing now? And what should I do so that I can bridge the gap from where I am and where I want to be? And how can I reach there? Now the challenge is, this was next to impossible. See, I have been a firm votary of formative assessment from 2007-8, okay? When I first heard about formative assessment, Paul Black, William, in 2005-6. And since then, I have been thinking, but the stumbling block was always that, how do we give this feedback? To give this kind of feedback was next to impossible. Now it is possible because of AI. Otherwise, it is not possible. If a teacher has to give all these three kinds of feedback every time on a task, next to impossible. So, and again, this is research backed and through my experience also. So we created systems. We said that, okay, system will give feedback, okay? But as soon as the system gives feedback, schools say, okay, we are happy with the feedback, but please give some grades also, because the child wants to know or the parent wants to know. Even if I give a comment, I want a grade. But research clearly shows that marks plus comments. So if you have written a half-page feedback, okay? But you have at the top, you have mentioned 25 out of 30. Nobody is going to read the feedback. As soon as you see that 25 on 30, the feedback is pushed out. So it's very clear that you need comments only feedback. No grades at all. No mark, no grade, nothing. Research clearly says that if you really want to implement formative assessment, focus has to be on feedback, and 2, only feedback, no marks. Okay. Another thing, along with formative assessment, as a part of formative assessment is this, which is self-assessment is critical. You will see 85% improvement in students through self-assessment. Okay. So, and you see teacher only assessment is 30%. Okay. Massive data. And the first one, it says very high impact on low achievers. So, see, there is something here. There's something very interesting happening. That the low achievers have got so attuned to getting negative feedback, okay, they are just not interested when teacher-driven feedback is given. When they try to get feedback by themselves through self-assessment, they are more open-minded. They probably listen to their own feedback and they change and improve. Otherwise, they become defensive. Okay? So that's the first tool, research-backed, which clearly says that if you want to reduce variance, then focus on formative assessment. The second one is teacher observation. Okay? Now, teacher observation, there was a very big study. You can just Google that. It says measuring effective teaching. Okay? MET. This was by Gates Foundation. Okay? It's all written here. So when you get the PPT, you can just Google that and read as well. They went into teacher observation with the idea that, see, everybody is observing teachers, right? Every school is observing. But why improvement is not coming? Why are teachers not improving on that? Okay? So what they said is, a teacher being observed, okay, leads to reliability of the teacher being observed is very low. It is 27% reliability. So somebody walks into a teacher's class and observes the teacher. This is not me, okay? This is absolute strong data, millions of dollars spent on the research. And it says that when someone walks into a class and observes the teacher, the reliability of that observation is 0.27. Okay? So we may say, okay, the teacher, let us send the principal, because the principal is better. Okay? The reliability is less than 50%. It's only 45%. Okay? Even if the principal is going to walk into the classroom and observe. It says student surveys are very good indicators. Okay? So what is being recommended is you need a composite of student surveys and class observations, okay, to get you the better deal. Even better deal if you want, then you need to take up frameworks like, say, Plato. This is protocol for language art, teaching observation. Now imagine, this has been there for ages, but as educators, we probably don't know that language teachers have to be observed on a different scale. And that scale exists. We don't need to reinvent it. It is there, research-based. Okay? So what it says is, so there are 12 different items which say that how language teachers should be teaching in the classroom. And they are observed on that. Instructional scaffolding, so how teachers are, sort of, you give a sentence starter to begin with, or a semi-structured thing so that the students are able to do it. So that kind of instructional scaffolding. Modeling. So a teacher, rather than getting into the class and explaining a poem, the teacher says, okay, how do you think, what could the poet be thinking when he was writing this? Could this mean this? So it's as if the teacher is visualizing the thought process. If you were to, use AIs, you will see that they show their thinking. Doing this, collecting this. Have you used AI? So you will see that it explicitly shows you the thinking. Okay, and then says, is this right? Okay. Similarly, it has been found that if language teachers were to explicitly voice and model their own thought process, it leads to better understanding. So it is all there. Similarly, for math teachers, there is a mathematical quality of instruction framework, which is already there. Now again, the problem occurs where we want to assess teachers on these frameworks, we want to give feedback on the framework. Do we have the time and capability to do that? That is where I believe that the time has come with artificial intelligence to be able to do this. A 40-minute video can be assessed on a given framework, feedback is given, and this, I believe, should be integrated with formative assessment in the sense that this should become a formative assessment for teachers. So rather than us telling, someone that this is your feedback, the teacher can take up any session and for that session get the feedback and then seek and clarify on the feedback by himself or herself. And that will lead to more improvement. So this is what research says, that you want to reduce within school variance, focus on two things. Teacher observation on standardized rubrics. Okay, so language teachers on language, not a generic observation form for everyone. A social science teacher also same format, math teacher also same format, doesn't work. There are specialized frameworks for every subject. Use the framework, assess, let the teacher seek self-feedback and clarification. And same thing works for students. Now, if you decide that, yes, we want to do this, okay, then you will end up with 4 different issues that you need to think of. So when you want to bring in any of these innovations into your classroom, you'll have to think, okay, how do I sort of develop my teachers? How do I build the capabilities of my teachers? This is very, very interesting data. This is, again, Kraft and Pepe's research. The graph is astounding, okay? What it says is, for the first 3 years of an educator, there is immense growth, okay? Because they have only become teachers now. They walk into a school, they don't know anything about planning, assessment, everything is new. So they grow very fast. But you see the 3-year benchmark, which I have put a band there, red colored band. From there, you see the blue graph. So the blue graph is a school which has a unsupportive climate. Okay, so what is being said is that continuous professional growth of a teacher is less dependent on the individual and more dependent on the organizational culture. So, if the organizational culture of the school is not learning oriented, learning supportive, then the teacher will stagnate from 3rd year to 10th year onwards. There will be no professional growth at all. If there is a supportive environment, then you will find that there is a 38% improvement over a period of time. So when we say supportive climate, so what are the components of it? Okay, very interesting. It says consistent order. So it has been seen that where schools do multiple things, and teachers do not have a set pathway for the whole year, for the week. There are too many things happening and teachers are saying, oh my God, there's so much happening. That is an inhibitor for professional growth, because the so many things happening puts on a lot of cognitive load, and that is a problem, and it impacts their professional growth very highly. The second one is peer collaboration. So within schools, if language teachers, all language teachers are using the Plato framework, and within that they are sharing information with each other, that how I am able to do this better. That kind of a culture, it has very high in terms of the impact on professional growth of teachers. So, and what it says is professional development, which we usually, I'll come to this again. It says professional development, training, bringing in experts from outside and doing a session. It really ranks very low, and it says that one-off workshops really does not work. And I have more evidence of this coming up further. So if you decide that yes, I want to bring in another initiative, then this is something that you need to focus on. This is huge for all of us, okay? For all of us. For an organization like me, we work in implementing innovative solutions in schools. And this is our biggest challenge. What it says is, without systematic implementation methods, it takes an average of 17 years for half of an innovation to move into routine practice. Imagine, it takes 17 years. So you may have the most well-intentioned thought that I will bring in this innovation. But on an average, innovations in schools are implemented 50% effectively in 17 years. It really doesn't change. Okay? And this is not me. This is, I'll give you the papers which have done this research. Okay? So, yeah. Very, very interesting graph. Very interesting. Please pay attention. This is absolutely mind-blowing. Okay? What it says is, you will see on your left the low-rise buildings, you know. It is training. Suppose you're doing a training program, okay? So suppose a conference like this or any training, you know, a trainer comes in and does a one-day program and session and goes away, okay? What it does is, you see at the end of the training, knowledge, skill, and classroom application. Those are the three things. So classroom application is the blue one on the right, okay? After that training, classroom application is negligible. Some amount of knowledge will grow, little bit of skill will grow, and classroom application is next to zero. Okay? So we feel, okay, training, no, let's move further. Let's do a demonstration kind of a thing. You know, that's the next thought. That's again very interesting. You go to demonstration. If you have done a demonstration kind of a work, for example, when I go to, say, implement an AI-based system and I do demonstration. Okay, let me show you, click here, do this, do this, do this. So full demo, okay? After the demo, the knowledge grows, okay? The skill also grows, but still classroom implementation doesn't move up, okay? Then we say, okay, forget the demo, let's give hands-on practice. Every educator will do it now. Okay? See, these are problems even for us. And the same problems are there for you. Okay? So what happens? Teacher does individual practice also. You know, okay, I have made every teacher do it twice. Even then, knowledge and skill goes up, but classroom application still doesn't move. Okay? So, this was found that you need coaching, on-job coaching. And that is the only thing which literally leads to shooting up of knowledge, skills, and classroom implementation. So, based on this, if you are thinking of bringing in any innovation into your school, so what it suggests is, you should have a 2 or 3 or 5 member group. And that group has to first get coaching, hands-on coaching from the expert. So the expert works with those 3 to 5 people for an extended period of time so that it results in their classroom application. And those 3 to 5 then work with the other teachers in the school, again hands-on coaching, for their classroom application. That is the only way that innovation can become successfully embedded in schools. Absolute ban on one-off workshops. An expert coming in, saying and going, absolute ban, no point. It's absolute. The research says that it is useless. Okay? So, what it also means is you need to avoid innovation fatigue by limiting the number of new initiatives in a year. Because if every innovation has to go through this process, you can't do too many innovations at the same time. You have to have clear focus that we will focus on this year. That's it. 1 or 2. work on it, it will take 2 to 4 years for any initiative to actually take root. Okay? So that is what research says about implementation science, all in schools. Next is another critical thought which keeps coming in. What is the role of technology in schools? Right? Should we use technology? Should we bring devices? What should we be doing? Okay? Hearsay, gut feeling. Okay? So the result clearly says two things. One is that up to 1 hour of tech usage, the graph brings it out well, okay? Up to 1 hour, so you will see the 0 there at the bottom marked in red, and right side is positive and left side is negative, okay? Up to 1 hour of tech usage results in maximum benefit. Maximum benefit, okay? More than 1 hour, maximum up to 3 hours, results in lesser benefit. Anything more than 3 hours has got a decreasing effect. So the impact is negative. Okay? And tech for leisure purpose has got immense, almost 50% negative effect. So this gives you some idea of, if you are building in tech into your school systems, what is it that you're looking for? An hour of max work. So, to go one step further, okay, now we say, okay, should we permit, so we know how much time, okay, tech usage, max 1 hour a day, okay, nothing more than that. Now you come to, so should we allow devices in the classroom? Massive data shows that students get distracted by their own devices and they also get distracted by others' devices. Except for Japan and Korea, which have a very high performance culture, but even there you will see 18% and 32% students are getting distracted by their own devices and others' devices also. When you look at the others, it is way off the charts, okay? So I think I'm really not saying that you should do 1 or 2, but devices in the classroom is very distracting, okay? So if you want to do tech, then look at 1 hour learning limits, prioritize educational software, and monitor leisure use, okay? Then we come to the last part when we talk about implementation. Implementation, what is the role of parental involvement? We seldom think, when you take up a new initiative, we seldom think of how in this initiative parents will be involved. That is not the thought. The thought is always parental involvement in the whole school. But if I say that let's introduce formative assessment in the school, then in that rollout, what is the parental involvement? That is very critical, because almost 20 to 30% success of the program can result from this. That is what it shows. What it also shows is there is a global decline of almost 10% in parental involvement over the past 5 to 6 years. So post-COVID, everybody's involvement has sort of gone down, okay? And this is very interesting data, very interesting, okay? What it says is, wherever you have parent-initiated query coming into the school for any child, it leads in, one, it has gone down. Parents have less queries now, okay? But if parents have queries, then their child's performance goes up. If parents are proactive and reaching out to schools, then their students perform better. That's what data says. If teacher is proactively reaching out to the students, even that has parents, that has also reduced globally, 8% decrease, but even that helps. But schools providing data of which are our PTMs essentially, okay, has got very moderate effect on student performance. So rather than looking at evidence, sharing of evidence as performance, which is not really impacting much. We need student-related specific queries to parents, or have parents to come up with queries, which has the huge impact. And again, this is also very interesting slide, would be very helpful to take up in parents-teachers meetings and talk to parents about that 0 and below that. So what it says is, when you have high confidence, so when at home, the anxiety levels are low, okay? So the black shows the anxiety levels, low anxiety, high performance, high confidence, okay? So usually what happens is, once a child starts doing poorly in math, there is high anxiety, parents are also anxious, everybody is anxious. That anxiety level shoots up, okay, and performance levels goes down. So there is a direct correlation between anxiety or supportive. So on one end you have very anxious parents, and one hand you have supportive parents. So if parents are supportive, you find higher confidence, and higher anxiety leads to lower performance. So that's another one. So anyways, so if you are introducing a new initiative, say formative assessment in your schools, okay, you want daily check-in. So parents should ask, on what did you get feedback today? If the parent can do that, it will lead to 20-25% improvement. If the parent can just ask the child, okay, on what did you get feedback today? What did you do with the feedback? Okay, that's it. So I will come to my conclusion, which is, if you are looking, I started with the premise that if you want to increase equity within your school, reduce variance within your school, and ensure that all your students are going up on the parameter, what does research say? What can you do? So one, focus on formative assessment-based tasks. Not everything, but have specialized tasks. Give formative assessment on that. Focus on teacher feedback. Adopt subject-specific standards for assessment. Provide specific feedback to the teacher. Build a culture of coaching. Involve parents. And limit tech to maximum of 1 hour for academic purposes. So with that, I feel, this is my belief, that the quality of a child's education should never be determined by which door they walk into. They went into class 2B, there is an excellent teacher, so the child's learning goes up. They went into class 3C, and the teacher was not so good, and it didn't happen. So it's not to be left for chance. And to be able to do that, and to reduce inequity in education and reduce the variance within your cohort, there's a lot of research-based data that is available, and I'm sure you all can use it well to bring qualitative enhancement within your schools. Thank you so much.
Sir, your insightful discourse illuminated pathways to equitable education, blending evidence-based practices with visionary foresight for India's classrooms. Thank you profoundly for your wisdom and research.
As a mark of our gratitude and respect, we request our chairman, Mr. VNP Raj sir, and Mr. Pramod Pillai, our principal, Lecole Chempaka, to felicitate the dignitary, Mr. Harish Aya. Please welcoming 3 of you to the dais again. Thank you.
I think it is an honor to have Mr. Harish here. हमारा दिल नहीं दिमाग भी भरा है. And a community of teachers, we sit here, we still conduct that 25-mark formative assessment, and what a blunder we are doing, we understood now. And also we are vouching for technology, and you bring the researchers and say that 1 hour technology is the maximum. And you also led us to know that 3-year-old teacher, 3 years experienced teacher is same of 30 years of experience because the craft doesn't go up until and unless you don't have in-service practice program. Thank you so much, and another big round of applause for those wonderful insights that he has brought in. Thank you.
May I now request Mr. Harish Aya, our chairman, Raj sir and Pramod sir, to kindly remain on the dais as we proceed with the National Recognition Award ceremony after the felicitation. So please remain on the dais. Pramod sir, Raj sir and Harish sir, please remain on the dais as we are going to proceed with National Recognition Award ceremony.
Ladies and gentlemen, tea will now be served.
While the award function is progressing, Harish sir also, yeah, thank you sir. So may I invite, let's start the Phase 2 awards. May I invite Billabong High International School for receiving National Emerging School of Distinction Central India. They are from Jabalpur for emerging as a future-ready school that blends academic strength, innovation, and global learning practices. Billabong, I would like to welcome on the dais Billabong High International School from Jabalpur. Can you all give a big round of applause for them?
Ladies and gentlemen, tea will now be served. Kindly remain seated as our viewers attend you.
Next, I would love to welcome APL Global School from Chennai for receiving Excellence in Learning Innovation South India, for redefining learning through innovation, creativity, and strong student agency. APL Global School, Chennai. Please give them a round of applause. Next, I would like to welcome upon the dais Sri Prakash Vidyaniketan from Visakhapatnam for receiving Academic Achievement Laureate, South India, for sustained academic distinction through exceptional results and a highly systemized approach to learning excellence. Sri Prakash Vidyaniketan. Welcome, ma'am, to the dais. Please give them a round of applause. From Sri Prakash Vidyaniketan School from Visakhapatnam. Thank you, ma'am. Next, would love to invite to the stage Holy Angels Convent Higher Secondary School from Thiruvananthapuram for receiving Kerala Heritage School Girls Education Legacy Award for 140 plus years of empowering young women through excellence, discipline and values. Holy Angels Convent Higher Secondary School, Thiruvananthapuram.
Next, I invite the Hebrew School, Heritage International Residential School of Distinction. Hebrew School Ooty stands as one of India's oldest international residential schools with over 125 years of legacy. Ooty. Hebrew School Ooty.
Hebrew School from Ooty.
Stands as one of the India's oldest international residential school with over 125 years of legacy. Through cultural diversity, global learning, and exceptional pastoral care, it has enriched generations in the Nilgiris. In recognition to this Enduring impact, Hebron School is honored with the Heritage International Residential School of Distinction.
Next, I would like to welcome upon the stage Lecole School from Thiruvananthapuram for excellence. They received the award for excellence in inclusion and equity. Lecole School Visakhapatnam demonstrates excellence in inclusion and equity through strong sense support and inclusive practices. Lecole School, Thiruvananthapuram. Sir. We would love to welcome upon the stage MGM Model School, Thiruvananthapuram for receiving Kerala Experiential Learning Rising School Award. MGM Model School, Thiruvananthapuram for emerging as a vibrant experiential learning school through hands-on and real-world learning. MGM Model School, please give them a wide round of applause. We would love to welcome upon the stage Kennedy High, the Global School, Hyderabad. Kennedy High, the Global School, Hyderabad for receiving emerging excellence in CBSE and Cambridge education, South India for strengthening mid-segment CBSE and Cambridge schooling through discipline, strong foundation, active student engagement. Kennedy High, the Global School, Hyderabad, give them a round of applause. We would love to welcome upon the stage Sacred Heart CMI Public School, Tevara. Sacred Heart CMI Public School, Tevara for receiving Kerala Excellence in Student Leadership and Governance Award. Welcome upon the dais, Sacred Heart CMI Public School, Tevara for empowering students to lead with responsibility, empathy, and integrity through strong democratic school governance. Please give them a round of applause, dear audience. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Next, I would like to share some thoughts on Samarthana Barrier Free School, which was honored during the first phase of our national conference, had been at the forefront of empowering children with disabilities through inclusive and accessible education. Their efforts strongly resonate with the values and vision that this conference seeks to promote. We now invite the representative of Samarthana Barrier Free School to share a few words and reflections with us. May we request him to kindly limit his address to 3 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in giving a warm round of applause as we invite him to the stage. Samarthana Barrier Free School. He may be outside, yeah. We'll call him later. Tea and refreshment has been arranged, so we can have a short tea break. May we invite, So let's have a short tea break for 10 minutes. Take a break, have a great tea time. 10 minutes break and we are going into the keynote session 2, keynote address 2. Have a short break. Thank you. School Kochi to kindly come forward to receive the award. GPS Global Public School Kochi, I respectfully invite Ms. Shashikala Raj, Secretary, Chempaka Group of Institution, to kindly come forward and present the award. May I invite Global Public School, Kochi, Kerala, for receiving Kerala Holistic Child Development Award, South India, for nurturing the whole child through a balanced blend of academics, well-being, and co-curricular growth. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a wide round of applause for Global Public School, Kochi, Kerala. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am.
May we invite Ms. Anandi Krishnan, Principal, Lecole Chempaka, Serene Valley, to grace the dais and introduce our academic keynote speaker.
May I invite Ms. Anandi Krishnan, Principal, Lecole Chempaka.
A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's my honor to introduce a scholarly keynote speaker, academic leader with expertise in future-oriented leadership. He is presently serving as professor at Goa Institute of Management, one of India's premier management institutions, of experience in leadership development, organizational behavior, and purpose-driven management. He brings a valuable blend of academic depth and real-world insight.
Boarding my aircraft from Goa, I thought school education, what do I do, right? And I'm basically in the space of higher education. There's a kind of a commonality between, and yet there are varied differences between what we do in higher education and to what you guys do at the school level. But having said, the key underlying linkage that I have seen is it depends on the primary and the early education that a child has and the impact of their behaviors in the classroom when we teach. So in a way, I felt it's an opportune moment for me to come and interact, understand the nuances which are happening in the school education, and try to connect the dots between what is happening at the school level, what can transform at the school level, and the consequent impact on the children growing up to be capable and nation-building leaders for tomorrow. That's the broad context in which I wanted to talk. And Harish has done a wonderful job of talking about evidence and equity, which is something that we are championing in higher education thanks to international ranking and accreditation. So it's a kind of a common story that we have. So let me basically talk about, can I have the slide changer? No, I've actually mailed it across to Nisha. Okay. Okay, as we get the text set up, a couple of things I want to talk about. I don't want to be caught up with a tech lag there because as faculty, we are used to having an open lancing kind of a conversation. So I can go on. The context in which all of us as educators, I would use the word educator, be it in higher education or the primary education or the school education that all of us are in, the context is interesting. I wouldn't use the word challenging because I'm a positivist. I believe in looking at positive way of world and positive way of looking at things. And then when I saw Prasanna Raj, I felt it's a fantabulous thing. And I shared a kind of a commonality. Both of us have started our careers in banking and then moved into education. So kind of a lot of resonance between Raj and me. So when we actually look at the interesting thing, why would I actually term it as interesting? Because India is at a cusp of leaving behind the legacy of a developing nation and transforming into a world superpower, right? India was written off as a nation which need not be respected, but today when you go to global events and you introduce that you're from India, people look at you with admiration. So all of us have a sense of pride. But then Do we relax? Not necessary. Thanks to the regime that we have, the Vision 2047, collectively, all of us as individuals, we've set in front of us. It calls for a lot of hard work. And the crux of this transformation has to happen through education, right? So I'm going to set the context. While there are slides, but then as faculty that we do in the classroom, they're only meant for the backdrop. My thoughts can go beyond the slides that we have. Can we have the slide changer? The slide changer. Yeah. I could do it myself. I can toggle it. Is there a kind of a remote? Acha, you're toggling it. Okay, I can gesture you. Okay, can you move on? Right, so basically you can flash the rest of it in the slide. Yeah, so when we talk about the demographic dividends that we talk about as a nation, while we have the demographics in our favor, are we really there? While the numbers might be there, but when you actually look at the quality of numbers which are available to nation building cause, they don't really present a good picture for all of us. When you look at the employability of the graduating students, it's less than 50%, right? So the question here is, whom do we blame? It's not a question of blaming in, but it calls for an introspection for all of us. How do we do a course correction to make sure that the demographic dividends are available to this nation towards a nation building cause? And that's where the school education makes a predominant role, because that's the foundation which gets laid up, and then the rest of the education for a child gets built upon that. Yeah? Can we move on? Can we move on with the slides, please? Yeah. When we talk about NEP 2020, it calls for a lot of transformation. It's a kind of a paradigm shift. But the paradigm shift in higher education is possible only when schools transform themselves. So in the sense, you are going to be the change harbingers in terms of transforming the education landscape in this nation. Can we move on, please? Yeah. So when we talk about, yeah, I wanted the previous slide. Maybe I could use the cordless mic so that I can move on. Yeah. So when we, yeah.
You can move your slides.
Sure. Thanks. So when we look at the classroom per se, right, the old format of all of us, we still have this template of top quartile, mid quartile, and bottom quartile. So that's a kind of a breakup that we do as educators in terms of dealing with the students. Now there's a kind of a positive element, there's a kind of a negative element creeping in there. What happens is, from an educator perspective, the moment you ask your faculty to categorize a set of students in a classroom to which they are teaching in, there's an element of judgment which comes in, right? Which can be extremely negative and hurting in terms of teachers' approach to the students. So the question here is, how do we handle this? Do we discard this system, or should we actually revisit the way we look at this system and we reinterpret that? So what do we mean by that? What I meant by that is, while the faculty are doing this classification of the students, we got to have this conversation with the faculty and tell them this is only to analyze what is the current state of the students. Not to write them off, not to be judgmental, but to make sure that there's a kind of a equity that Harish was talking about, so that everybody is brought at par. Because one of the key things, all of us as students, when we went through education, we've seen this phenomena. Teachers typically tend to focus on the first two benches, right? Because the mindset is students who sit in the back benches are not really learners, or they're not interested, or they're laggards. That's not possible, because if you do that, you're leaving away majority of your students in your classroom. Then it's a question for all of us as academics or educators. Is it right? Are we equitable in terms of treating our students and giving them at par education? Yeah. The other, as educators, deal with it. So that's a question. Most of the conversation that I have here, I'm not here trying to be prescriptive, but my idea is to provoke thoughts and conversations, because this is not something that I can close on in 40 minutes, but raise ideas and questions so that the conversation continues from today. And the most important thing that I want to talk about is the mental health issue, right? Thanks to COVID, it's become a kind of a major issue across education space. And the other day when I was actually having a conversation with one of our faculty members, I was shocked to hear about child bullying and the consequence where some of the parents are thinking of relocating from one city to the other city because they feel the schools in a particular city are so formatted and the voice of the child and the parents are not heard of. Let me give you a contrasting perspective. If you go to some of the international schools across metros, because I keep interacting with people across different parts of the social strata, there are two different extremes in the international schools where the voice of the child and the voice of the parent takes a priority over the voice of the teacher, right? For the education administrators. While the voice of the child and parent is important, but from a governance and administration perspective, if you are a leader for an institution, it's extremely important for all of us to factor in the voice of the teacher, right? If you try to write off the voice of the teacher in front of the parent and the child, you are taking away the motivation and the morale of your teacher once for all. After that, what you have in your classroom, logging in day in, day out, because I'm a HR professional, is warm bodies walking in mechanically trying to do a job, right? The passion and kind of a dedication can only come in when we respect our teachers and honor the voice and their own perspective. It calls for a kind of a balancing act. So when we talk about the mental health perspective, there are two slices part of it. One is the mental stress that the teachers today go through when you have to be an educator. It's not an easy phenomenon today to be an educator, because the children who are walking into the classroom are carrying in with the mental stress, both from the societal, parental, and family perspective. So it calls for us to train and educate our teachers in the classroom about the basics of mental well-being, because as teachers, when you step into a classroom and walk out delivering the knowledge of the subject that you plan to, then you're not doing a complete job. Because the learning delivery efficiency, I will use the word learning delivery and learning effectiveness from the HR parlance that we use with the employees, which could be applicable even in a school classroom, is possible only when the faculty can observe minutely the learner in the classroom, their body language, the spoken and unspoken, and see if the student is physically present, is he in a happy state of mind? Because if these two things are not there, then what you have is again a warm body who is actually responding to attendance, right, while the person is somewhere else. So that's something that the school systems can think about. Okay, a couple of more changes I want to talk about. Unlike the past, as Indians, we are used to the traditional education space where there's a guru-sishya relationship, where the guru is supposed to be revered and what the guru says is supposed to be a gospel truth. That doesn't apply anymore in today's India, right? Whether you're dealing with a 3-year-old child or a student in a B school classroom, they would say, why? Help me to understand, right? So what does it call for from an educator perspective? From an educator perspective, it calls for a kind of a mindset change, because the typical educators think that, how dare you to question me, right? And then you tend to snub a child. But if you tend to do that, snubbing of the child in a classroom, then you're shutting the learning orientation, because if they have to be future leaders and good citizens, they should be able to argue and then be able to develop the critical thinking. That's a key thing that we spoke about. If critical thinking has to be developed in the child, it's important for us to encourage them to ask questions and be able to respond back to their questions so that they get encouraged in that direction of critical thinking. It's not just talking what we talk about as educators in a classroom saying, it's important for you to have critical education. Are we walking the talk? Are we living the talk? Right? So that's one thing that I want to talk about. And then, unfortunate thing for India is Indian parents, especially the middle class or across society, think it's the marks which indicate the brilliance of a child. But unfortunately for all of us, as Indian society, we've learned the art of gaming the system, right? So it's not necessary that the great A grade or an A plus would translate to the brilliance of a child. So the question here is, for us as institutions, how do we get into holistic assessment and not be obsessed about marks? Because while we understand what happens beyond the classroom, there's a lot of parental and societal influence that the parents and the children get into the classroom, where the child is written off or appreciated or snubbed based on the performance of the marks. So one of the key things is, as President Raj was talking about, when we have the parents-teacher meeting, it's important because apart from educating the child, unless we align culturally the parents, the job is not done. So when you actually have your parents and teachers meeting, you got to communicate right from the time of admission saying, we are not a conventional school. If you're only looking at your children passing out with great grades, if that's your yardstick, probably you may not look at us anymore, right? Because that's something that we got to constantly harp on, because one of the typical constant mindsets, especially of mothers who are very, very, compared to the fathers, right? Mothers are extremely caring about the children, and they tend to harass the children if they don't see the child coming with the grades, right? So that's something which need to be looked at. And the most important thing is, what we teach in a classroom has an impact in terms of the careers. What I meant by that is, unlike in the past, where the children were getting trained to be engineers or doctors, it's no longer the case. Because half of our classroom has engineers who would not want to do anything to do with engineering because they're fed up. They've done engineering because the parents have forced them, right? So one of the conversation when you're trying to train a student in a classroom is, while the parents might be nudging, and you should also be having this conversation with the parents saying, there are multiple career opportunities in today's modern world, not just the engineering and medical obsession that India has, the IIT and IIM obsession, right? That's a wrong way to look at it, and which the children are rebelling against, right? It's high time as adults we realize that folly that we've been committing in. The other thing that I want to talk about is, all of you, most of you are award winners. The key thing from a learning effectiveness perspective is passive learning to active learning, right? All of you are trying to experiment that, but I want to caution in one thing here. While Harish spoke about formative assessment, the other day, I'm not sure, there was a kind of a big debate with the IIT Global Alumnus Group who raised a kind of a huge hue and cry on logical grounds. The reason being, in the last 3 years, 60 students from IITs in this country have committed a suicide, right? And what is the driver for this suicide? They felt there are too many assessments, right? Because as educators, we feel formative assessment is a better way for us to keep a tab. But then we got to be very, very clear, how much is that formative assessment, right? For example, in our B school classroom, I see all our faculty competing to have quiz 1, quiz 2, option 1, option 2, option 3. So literally what happens is, from a student or a learner perspective, you have an assessment every other day. So there's a kind of a fatigue and monotony which is setting in. So as a result, what is it that we're trying to create in the form of formative assessment? Is it a scare and fear for assessment, so that they stop learning in and be obsessed about gaming the system and getting the marks, because that's what the parents are obsessed about, right? So when we talk about formative assessment, we got to be very, very careful. Can we be innovative? Right? When we say the formative assessment is for coaching and feedback, and not every formative assessment need to be graded. Yeah? Then moving on, one of the key issue that I want to talk about is, both in the public and private schools, schools are held accountable by the outcome. The outcome here is in the sense of number of students passing in, getting the distinction or first class, and so on and so forth. So as a result, we have a lot of distorted emphasis only on marks, right? Harish thankfully has spoken about competency, which is like music for me, because we've also started using the concept called as competency-driven education. Right? When we start moving away from subject-driven and marks-driven to competency-driven, which means as institutions, right, it also calls for strategy alignment, right? You don't get competency driven or a linked kind of a education system unless your institution is strategy driven. So what does it mean? Which means it's important for the school leadership and the teachers to sit and brainstorm saying, what is the unique selling proposition? What is the unique thing for our institution? How do we differentiate, which is critical in today's marketplace? But then, once you identify your school vision and mission, then look at what are the competencies which our students should be graduating with at the end of maybe class 10 or 12, whichever way your school is structured in. Once you have a kind of a clarity, then you will have the structure of the course outline and the various courses, and to see which of these courses are contributing to the competency build-up. If you were to create this kind of a framework, strategic framework, and then decide, saying if a child is completing a class 1, right, this is where the child is going to be at the competency level, and so on and so forth. So idea is, if you want the change to narrative from marks to competency, you should also give the scorecard on either sides. So on the first side can be the marks, right? More than the marks, I would actually think it has to be the competency scorecard, right? Because if you're presenting the marks on the first side of the scorecard, you're trying to reinforce the parental mindset. Rather, if you were to put the competencies and say that as a school, we are trying to focus on these 4 or 5 competencies, and this is where your child is, and this is our assessment. Yeah? So that's something that you guys can think about. And moving on, when you look at the traditional schools, the traditional school still has that kind of a siloed view of mathematics, social science, physics, and so on and so forth. So the problem here is that's not going to work in today's interconnected world. Children today have a lot of exposure thanks to social media, AI, and technology. They're able to connect the dots much faster, right? So when they're able to think in an integrated way, but in a classroom, when we talk about a siloed kind of a view, then are we doing a justice is a question that we need to think about. Can we as educators, when we design our courses, look at our courses being cross-discipline linked? Because, for example, if there's a mathematics teacher who's trying to teach is the teacher going to teach the basic statistics in a very conventional way or a tech-driven way? The reality is students anyway are 4 steps ahead of the teacher in terms of technology. So can we integrate the technology and then say that technology, analytics, and statistics, right? Can it be linked together? Right? So that the idea is students are well prepared for the higher education and better competencies on that. And moving on to the next one, right? One of the key challenges between Indian education system across levels and global north is the quantity of knowledge that we dump on the students. Just to give you a kind of an example, at an MBA level, right, we give something called as 130 credits, which 1 credit is equal to 10 hours of learning, which means 1,300 hours of dumping that we are doing on our children, right? I'm just giving an example, and the numbers could be equal even at a school level. But internationally, at a master's level, a student is getting a master's degree in just about 300 hours. So the question here is, why are we dumping so much, right? And what is the negative flip side that we have as an education system, which means as a society, we are very so obsessed about the quantity over quality, right? While the regulatory agencies might prescribe, but thanks to NEP, we're going to get a lot of freedom, right? We're not going to be measured on the number of subjects and number of learning hours. That gives us a kind of a freedom for all of us, and it's an opportune moment for all of us as educators to start looking beyond the quantity into the quality. It's a quality which matters, not the quantity per se. Yeah? When we move on, I would want to bring into the concept of NEP, right? All of you have been hearing about NEP for the last 2 or 3 years. It's a wonderful thing to happen for our nation. It's actually a paradigm shift. It forces all of us to start thinking differently in the space of education, from a very structured, siloed, quantity-driven to integrated way, open learning, learner centricity, right? When we design our curriculum, how many of us in the past, especially when we were educated, even some of us today, when we design our curriculum, right, the basic problem with being an educator is you're so very obsessed about your subject, you want to impound more and more of your subject on the student, which the student may not be interested in, right? While it is valid and appreciable that you are obsessed about your domain knowledge and subject, please understand the student is not going to become a mathematics wizard, right? He might end up being a advertising professional or maybe become a doctor, right? And so the subjects don't have to be looked at. So can we as educators start questioning ourselves as to how much of content we need to pass on of the body of the knowledge? It's not that dumping and downloading all the knowledge that we have in the time-bound way. That's not going to work on. Then the most important is the reality bite, right? One of the key things which is happening at higher education is we are constantly looking at the external environment and validating our curriculum on an annual basis. But unfortunately in our school system, right, especially the structured ones which are regulated, the system, environment might change, right? The syllabus doesn't change for 5 to 7 years when the world is changing every other day. From the time you sleep and you get up, there is so much of a change. So which calls for agility in terms of curriculum design. So when we talk about agility, it's important that education systems start looking at the environment, what's happening in the environment which is going to impact the child when he or she steps out of the school in terms of the careers. So is our schooling system, curriculum aligned to that? So that's a conversation which needs to happen. So when we talk about curriculum planning, just to share a kind of a practice that we do in our institution, what we do is something called as a curriculum vetting process and evaluation at the end of every academic year, right? And then I'll briefly explain, you can pick up some of those learning threads because the context is the same. What we insist upon is there are a couple of structured processes where the classroom feedback is taken from the students. Then we also take the feedback from the recruiters, from the rest of the ecosystem alumnus. Then the faculty own reflections. So what we ask for each of our faculties at the end of completion of the particular course, we ask them to document what was your intention when you designed the course? What was your experience when you were delivering in, right? Do you think you've done the right thing of scoping in or scoping out some content? So when you have these kind of data points, and then one of the key challenge of being in education space, because I've been in the industry, is unfortunately most of us are forced to operate in as ICs, which is individual contributor roles in the industry parlance, which means you're operating as individuals, not as a team, because you're all very, very domain-centric kind of a this thing. So if you want to bring in a collegiality, which is important for interdisciplinary learning, you need to have these frequent conversations among the faculty group, right? At the end of every semester when you taught, right? Saying what is it that you taught? And one of the key things which could actually help us in education system is the handover from one semester to the other semester. The conventional way is you as a faculty, I teach, and I give the grades and wash away my hands. That's not going to help. Rather, if there is a given set of faculty who are teaching in one semester and they're going to pass on the baton to the next semester, the faculty who are passing on the baton have to give the softer download to the faculty who are coming in, saying this cohort of 100 students are good at this, they're okay at this, and these are the areas where you need to reinforce or re-emphasize. So when you get this kind of a informal and documented kind of a passing of the baton between the outgoing faculty of one semester into the other semester, it does a great job, because otherwise what will happen is, as a faculty, when you enter into a classroom, I have no clue as to what it takes a couple of sessions, but the challenge for all of us is we have a limited time in which we're supposed to complete the learning process. If I have a prior download before I step into a classroom, I can do a course correction, which is called as agility. I can redesign as to what I want to emphasize on, what I can de-emphasize on, so that my learning outcomes in terms of competencies are accomplished. Yeah? So that's something that I want you to think about. One of the key things I want to emphasize is, in the education system, from a conventional Indian cultural perspective, there's a lot of control, right? We look at our faculty trying to listen and obey to our instruction from there. There needs to be a lot of voice matters, and speaking out is a culture that we need to promote our institutions, which means be it the students, be it the parents, or be it the faculty, should be encouraged. That's a vibrant culture. Saying, you know, I don't think our system is working well. How many of us have these conversations once in a while, right? Maybe the quarterly or semesterly review with our teachers, saying, what's working well for us? What is it that we need to work upon? If we were to encourage these kind of conversations, why is it important? Because that leads to something called as inclusive governance. Otherwise, what happens is when you have teachers who have a mindset of, I am a domain expert of only mathematics or a science or a social, that's where my business starts and ends, you don't see them connecting to the larger dot. If they don't connect to the larger dot, then the long-term perspective and integrated mindset wouldn't come into them, and the net impact is the course design is also not heading in that direction. So if you want to bring in a kind of an integrated learning perspective, these kind of a critical thinking and reflective conversations are something from a culture building perspective which can be looked at by the educational leaders. Moving on, I've already spoken about it. One key thing is we need to welcome NEP because it's giving us a freedom to unburden ourselves from the quantity and focus more on quality. The second thing is interdisciplinarity, right? Maybe because we are almost in January and all of us are on the verge of planning for next academic year. If we don't do it this year, when are we going to do it? Maybe for the next academic year of 26-27, can all of you have a brainstorming conversation among the faculty members saying, you've been teaching your courses in a particular way, can we redo it? Can we wear a thinking and innovative hat? So that's a conversation, if you encourage, I think that's when the change will start happening, because change is not going to happen overnight. It's a painful process, right? And it calls for perseverance and sustenance on the part of educational leaders. Moving on, one thing that I want to talk about is learner flexibility. Why is it important? Because be it in the urban or semi-urban context, we're dealing with children who are from single-child families. There are no longer joint families. Every child who's brought up in a family is treated like a prince or a princess. So the problem here is when they come into a classroom, they behave like the children of Salman Khan, I, me, and myself, right? Where the world has to revolve around myself, right? So when you have this kind of a psychological orientation, there are a couple of challenges for us as educators. Number one, when we try to give a group work, right, people find it difficult to collaborate because you're living in bottled apartments where the socialization is not happening anymore in our society. People are glued over television or mobile screens or other form of online entertainment. So socialization as a paradigm doesn't exist anymore in modern India. So the challenge there is, as educators, how do we bring in the element of socialization and teamwork? So that's, I think I would want to connect that to, link it to the formative assessment that Harish has spoken about, which is how do we bring in formative assessment at the same time taking care of the IIT alumnus criticism of not overburdening them. So can we think about creating something called as formative assessment, which have a lot of freedom, right? And then innovation for the students to look at. And a flexibility part I want to talk about is today's students, there's a concept called as individualized learning, which is picking up in the global north, right? Which we have not picked up in our country as yet, but a year or two down the line, if you have 40 students in your classroom, you will have to individualize a learning context and content. You might say it sounds like a Herculean task, not anymore thanks to AI, right? If you were to train our teachers in terms of leveraging AI, it's possible for you to understand and assess where the student is currently in, structure real-time feedback and track the progress of the student, which can be linked to the formative assessment and the competencies there. Moving on, when we talk about learning outcomes, apart from the grades, which I've already spoken about, the key thing that I want to talk about is the critical thinking, right? How do you want to do this? There are two things. One is from a pedagogical design perspective. Are we having a monologue in our classroom? And how much, for example, if the class is of 60 or 75 minutes, the teacher shouldn't be talking beyond to initial 20 or 25 minutes, right? Because that's what is happening because today the span of attention of anyone is not beyond 8 minutes, right? At max, because you're a teacher in a classroom, you're the boss in the classroom, you can stretch it to 20 minutes. But beyond that, if you try to drag on, you've lost your audience, right? You may only be speaking in. So can you design your pedagogy in a classroom in such a way where apart from the first, if you were to break that into 3 parts, the first part is where you're talking in, the second part where the students are interacting in an action learning or a group thinking or reflection, and the last 20 minutes when they articulate what they've learned. So you're actually enabling critical thinking, socialization, and working in teams. Yeah? So that's something that you might want to do. Moving on, the transformation that schools have to go into, they should only become learning platforms. As some of the earlier speakers have spoken about, what is happening in the world is democratization of knowledge. Earlier, the teacher was the only person who had all the knowledge, not anymore, right? The child in the school has greater knowledge because they're faster at surfing and connecting the dots. So can schools become these learning platforms, which means individual faculty should be able to look at enabling the conversation, right, where the students are, because then when you do that, while one of the key challenges that we've seen is you can't keep the children away from social media and online. That's a part of their second life. So if you were to integrate this process into the learning classroom, then you're forcing them to learn meaningfully, surfing onto the media, and then be able to develop their critical thinking, because the higher is the addiction to technology, the lesser would be the critical thinking capability, which means we are doing a disservice in terms of nation building. The other key thing is, can we bring in action learning in the form of community? Because one of the key thing is, we presume in a conventional way, learning has to happen in the 4 walls. Can our action learning go beyond the classroom for the real world immersion? So they connect with what's happening in the classroom to the world at large. This is something that I've already spoken about. The teacher-centric learning has to move away to the learner-centric model that I've already spoken about, so I'm going to flip on. I have already covered about this, so I spoke about the agility. So we will have to challenge as institutions, that should be a strategic priority both for the educational leadership in schools and the teachers, how much of a curriculum has been reset. That should be a key and critical performance indicator both for individual teachers as a part of performance management system and the school governance as well. So we know there's a dashboard which talks about how much of change have we done and the drivers and the expected outcomes. That's when we are looking at change happening in a strategic way and not in a transactional way. Moving on, I've already spoken about the digital part. Okay, one of the key things that the students look at today is instant feedback, because we're living in instant generation of 2 minutes noodles. If a child submits a feedback or an assessment, the child expects you to give a feedback in the next half an hour. If you say, I'm going to give it tomorrow, does it take so much of a time? Why should it, right? That's a quick answer from the child, because they're living in a quick service era, right? So thanks to AI, if you are able to train your teachers, if you have your structures, it doesn't call for huge investments. AI has democratized technology and innovation, right? It just calls for a will and way to do. So that's something that we could look at. I'm going to skip on this. We've already spoken about it. One key thing I want to cover about this is teachers, can they become pure play knowledge delivers to co-creators of learning experience and co-designing the knowledge in the classroom? It calls for a paradigm shift. What I meant by that is this teacher should give the topic, for example, say that tomorrow I'm going to talk about this topic. I want all of you to do some research, right, and come back with a perspective. So idea is the first, as we were talking about, the teacher can share his or her thoughts for the first 15 minutes and the rest of the time nudge, right? Nudging is a key phenomenon in today's learning classroom. Nudge the students to come and then share as to what is the surfing that they've done and what is a reflection and critical thinking that they have got at the end of their exercise. That's when teachers would transform from a learning deliverers to learning transformers and learning co-creators. But the only thing from an institutional perspective is, as educational leaders, are we creating a safe environment for our teachers to experiment? Because if you try to be very, very rigid, then experimentation and creativity wouldn't happen from your teacher's perspective. This, I've already spoken about it. It's time the leadership moves away from a control to stewardship, which means leaders who inspire, right? Not just force the teachers to follow the guidelines and compliance. We need to move out of compliance into inspiration and aspiration. That's something that we'll have to put into our teachers. I've covered this. I would want to quote Vivekananda and end my conversation. Education is the manifestation of perfection that's already there in the man, which means every child that we deal with is gifted with knowledge, skill, and passion, and we respect that and value it, right? The moment we start looking at child entering into a classroom with care, love, and respect, the way we design our curriculum, the way we deliver it to them would undergo a major change. So before we expect our learners to transform, it calls for our own mindset change as educators, right? Why I'm harping on this? Because I've been living a life of an educator for 11 years now from industry. The key challenge is there's a lot of monotony which sets in. If you're teaching the same course, right, and same syllabus year after year, you think, oh my God, it's so monotonous and boring. Or you can actually get into a comfort zone. So challenge yourself, and the role of educational leaders is to challenge the teachers by bringing in innovation, new pedagogy, new content, new ways of doing it, and also nudge the teachers to pick up new subjects. Why should a mathematics teacher be only teaching mathematics for the entire 35 years of his career? Why can't the person move into something else, right? When we want, because when the faculty is moving into different domains, you are opening their horizons, right? So when a faculty works on different areas and starts delivering in, automatically the approach would be variant in the classroom. I know as faculty we can go on, but my time is up. I'm going to put a hard stop. If anyone has any question, maybe for the next 30 seconds, you could just raise up a hand, or we could take it offline during any of the breaks. I'm going to be around. Yeah? Thank you so very much. Good luck to all of you.
Thank you, sir, for your profoundly inspiring discourse on nurturing leadership and mastering decision-making to elevate our educational institutions. I request you to remain on days as we proceed to Natural Recognition Awards.
As a mark of our gratitude and respect, may we request our Secretary, Ms. Shashikala Raj, and our Director, Ms. Shija Nellai, to felicitate the dignitary. Welcome Shashikala ma'am and Shija ma'am to the dais.
Thank you, ma'am, for your kind felicitation.
Recognition, yeah. Dignitaries, please stay on the dais as we are going to start the Phase 3 Recognition Awards. Let me invite Mount Carmel Vidyaniketan CBSE School, Kottayam, for receiving Kerala Competency-Based Learning Rising School Award for rising as a model of competency-based learning through structured, outcome-driven, and NEP-aligned practices. Let's give a wide round of applause for Mount Carmel Vidyaniketan CBSE School, Kottayam.
Next, let me invite the principal of Oxford School, Kollam, to receive Kerala Digital Transformation in Schooling Award.
For leading digital transformation through innovation, integration, and future-ready learning, let us welcome the Oxford School, Kollam. Let us all give them a wide round of applause. The Oxford School, Kollam.
Principal of Oxford School, Kollam.
Next, I would like to welcome Blossom Public School, Manjeri, Malappuram, for receiving Kerala Emerging Child-Centered School Award. Blossom Public School for emerging as a child-centered school through joyful learning, care, and creative engagement. Let's welcome on the days Blossom Public School, Manjeri, Malappuram. So let's welcome Mr. Sominath, Principal, Blossom Public School.
Next, I would like to invite St. Gurati Higher Secondary School Principal, Trivandrum, to receive Kerala Value-Based Schooling Excellence Award. St. Gurati Higher Secondary School, Trivandrum, to receive Kerala Value-Based Schooling Excellence Award for exemplifying ethics-driven education through strong values in learning, behavior, and leadership.
Let's cheer for them. Please give him a wide round of applause. Next, I would like to welcome Bharatiya Vidya Bhavan Senior Secondary School, Kodingalur, Trivandrum, for receiving Kerala Environmental Education and Green Campus Award for leading environmental education through eco-literacy, sustainability, and student-led action. Bharatiya Vidya Bhavan Senior Secondary School. Let's welcome the principal. The principal will also be receiving the award on the behalf of Bharatiya Vidya Bhavan Pujapura for receiving Kerala Inclusion and Support Services Excellence Award for building a compassionate and professionally supported ecosystem that empowers every learner to thrive. Let's give a wide round of applause for Bharatiya Vidya Bhavan.
Next is the Friends School, Trivandrum, to receive Kerala Experiential Learning Excellence Award. Friends School, Trivandrum, to receive Kerala Experiential Learning Excellence Award for bringing learning to life through experiential outdoor and arts integrated education. Friends School, Trivandrum. For bringing learning to life through experiential outdoor
Please give them a wide round of
and
applause.
arts
The audience.
integrated education.
Thank you, sir. Next, I would like to welcome Gurukulam Public School, Thrissur, for receiving Kerala Interdisciplinary Learning Excellence Award. Gurukulam Public School, Thrissur, for excellence in interdisciplinary learning through collaboration, projects, and real-world connections. Gurukulam Public School.
We will move on to St. Joseph's Higher Secondary School, Trivandrum, to receive Kerala Sports Culture and Fitness Leadership Award. St. Joseph's Higher Secondary School, Trivandrum, to receive Kerala Sports Culture and Fitness Leadership Award. Next is International School of Thrissur to receive award for excellence in Cambridge education, South India, for excellence in Cambridge education through learner-centered practices and global standards. The International School of Thrissur.
I would like to invite Kiddo International Preschool, Tamil Nadu, for receiving National Award for Early Years Center of Excellence for setting national benchmarks in early childhood education through joyful learning, care, and strong pedagogy. Let's give a big round of applause for Kiddo International Preschool, Tamil Nadu. Thank you, sir. Next, I would like to invite Loyola School, Trivandrum, for receiving Kerala Heritage School Jesuit Academic Excellence Award for 6 decades of Jesuit academic excellence that has shaped leaders and thinkers in Kerala. Let's give a wide round of applause for Loyola School, Trivandrum. Dear all, let's give them a wide round of applause. Loyola School, Trivandrum, for Kerala Heritage School Jesuit Academic Excellence Award. Thank you so much, sir. Next, I would like to welcome Cochin International School for receiving Kerala Emerging Excellence in Cambridge Education Award. Cochin International School, Kochi. I would like to welcome upon the dais St. Thomas Residential School, Trivandrum. St. Thomas Residential School, Trivandrum, for receiving Kerala Excellence in Student Leadership and Governance Award for empowering students to lead with responsibility, empathy, integrity through democratic school governance. Let's give a wide round of applause for St. Thomas Residential School, Trivandrum.
Next, I would like to invite St. Thomas Central School, Trivandrum, to receive Kerala Communication and School Branding Excellence Award for setting high standards in school communication through clarity, consistency, and trust-building engagement. St. Thomas Central School, Thiruvananthapuram, for setting high standards in school communication through clarity, consistency, and trust-building engagement. Kerala Communication and School Branding Excellence Award goes to St. Thomas Central School, Thiruvananthapuram. Thank you, sir, for giving awards to these eminent schools in India.
May we request Ms. Juhi Shivkumar, Headmistress, Lecole Chempaka Silver Rocks, to kindly join us on the dais and invite our keynote speaker of the day, who will address us on technical innovation. Well, Juhi ma'am, welcome to the dais.
Honorable leaders of Chempaka management, revered and eminent educators across the length and breadth of our beautiful country, invited guests, members of Chempaka family, good afternoon to one and all. It is indeed my proud privilege to introduce our next keynote speaker, a personality who's a management and tech guru, with over 2.5 decades of experience, who has found his calling in making educators and learners future ready and believing that tech is for all without any boundaries. And this personality is Mr. Kapil Raghavendra. Mr. Kapil brings with him a rich international leadership journey, having worked extensively in Singapore and having served as former senior leader at HP Inc., one of the world's most respected technology organizations. His career spans decades of leadership in the IT and technology sector, where innovation, scale, and responsibility go hand in hand. What makes his journey especially meaningful for us today is the deep and sustained commitment to education. Having witnessed the power of technology in transforming industries, Mr. Kapil has consciously turned his expertise towards schools and educators with a strong belief that with technology, we can support teachers, strengthen learning, and serve human values, not replace them. He is the founder of Marga Education, an initiative dedicated to helping schools integrate technology and AI in ways that are thoughtful, ethical, pedagogically sound. Through his work, he aims to reduce the distance between schools and technology, making digital tools accessible, purposeful, and aligned with the real classroom needs. In his keynote address, Technology, AI, and School Leadership, Preparing Schools for the Next Decade, Mr. Kapil will share insights on how school leaders can navigate the fast-changing technological landscape, embracing innovation while remaining anchored in responsibility, equity, and human-centered education. With these words, I welcome Mr. Kapil to address his keynote address. Thank you.
Not on the screen. Okay. Will I be able to control the remote? Pre-lunch is probably the last thing that a speaker expects, right? This is a dread for any speaker. I promise you that I'll try and keep this as short as possible. In return, the only thing I ask is your attention. I will ensure that I don't take over, but I will try and be under my time limit I'm given. That's a promise. So before I move into the actual tech stuff, I just wanted to give a bit of a context in terms of what is it that we will be talking about. Evolution of technology, right? I mean, as you can see in the screen, it took us 1,700 years to move from pre to post-industrial era, 245 years to move from industrial era into the digital era, 45 years from there, from digital era to information, and only 15 from information to intelligence. Thank you so much. Which is the, to intelligence. So if you've already noticed the pattern, what it essentially tells us is not only is the number of years becoming shorter with every change, it's becoming ridiculously exponential. So we are already in the intelligence era. And what does that translate for the schools? What it essentially means is your students will most likely not enter the intelligence era. They'll probably come into the era, whatever is coming next. Now, there is no consensus anywhere on what that era is named at, so I just named it as integration, so bear with me on that, but that's essentially where the school students and the graduates will be entering in. Now, what does the integration age really look like? 3 big changes from what we see so far, many more that we don't see, right? The first will be a complete redefinition of careers. What does that mean? 60 to 70% of automation of all jobs, human AI enhancements and enablements become more prominent, and the economy is going to move from what it is currently, a product-driven economy, into a more creative and a care-driven economy. You will have hard coders building the models, and then the rest of us will only be using those models to be more creative and be able to connect with life in the way we are able to impact it. Next would be the enhanced humanity. We are already seeing that. BCI, which is essentially a brain-computer interface, is starting to become mainstream already, not as much in the East, but in the West, they're already talking about it. Genetic disease cure, there are multiple reports out, papers out already there, where there are claims that all kinds of cancers have already been cured in the labs. You're talking about augmented cognition, memory, real-time experiences, real-time applications that we already see today are voice translations, memory enablements, contextual memory. Contextual memory essentially means there is a tool that is implanted either in you or augmented with you that tells you exactly what you need to remember, when you need to remember it. An example would be, if I'm preparing for a business trip, what is a checklist that I need to cater to versus what is a checklist I need to look at if I'm preparing for a vacation? 2 different things, but now you're augmented with an artificial intelligence that tell you exactly what you need to do, so the stress on memory isn't there. Now, these are not sci-fi. It's happening, it's already there. You've got applications, you've got devices that help you do this already. And then comes the blurred reality. This is the most scary part, right? I'm as fascinated about this as I'm terrified. What does blurred reality mean? AI and reality, virtual reality and physical reality starts becoming blur. Identity, digital identity becomes more and more. Your virtual cognitions, your virtual consciousness starts playing a larger game. Very simple concepts like truth, privacy, identity, which for the largest time we've all come to accept and just play along with, will now start getting debated at every possible instance. And that's the part. So the whole concept of trust, truth, privacy, identity is no longer something that you can just go with and will always be questioned. That's the reality we are going into, right? So with that context, the engine that is really driving all this is the infrastructure and the science behind it. Pardon me if I'm going to get a little technical on this, but it's important to set this context so that you really understand the gravity of where we are and what we're doing. Now, AI architecture essentially has 5 large layers: the application layer, model layer, chip layer, infrastructure layer, and then you have the energy layer. Now, application layer is the layer that we do absolutely better than anybody else. We've done that for 2 decades now. This is essentially our IT outsourcing that started in 2000, 2.5 decades from there. We are second to none when it comes to application support, when it comes to backend support. Model layer, we are not the leaders, but we are starting to catch up. The big difference between what India is doing versus what maybe China or US or anybody else is doing is China, US are banking heavily on models like DeepSeek and ChatGPT and Claude and Grok and all these models, which are essentially large-scale models, whereas India is more focused on micro models that act on very specific problems. So, example would be one model that is working on vernacular translation for the 248, 260 odd languages that we have. It's a very specific large language model that's working purely on vernacular translations. You have many such models that are working in the field of medicine, field of education, automation, you name the industry, we are doing it. There is no large language model that we have completely invested in. There are a few private players who are doing it, but nowhere at the scale of what China and US are doing. Then comes the chip layer. Chip layer is essentially the layer that's where all the processing happens. We've got about 18,600 GPUs across India right now, and we are in partnerships with companies like NVIDIA and TSMC, one of the largest chip manufacturers, to really help and boost that. What does this mean? This essentially means that 5 years from now, all the processing of the data that happens today in India, which is currently happening overseas, will be moved to India, right? Majority of the data will be moved to India, so we get to keep our own data. This is huge, which hasn't happened in the past. And then comes the infrastructure layer. This is the data centers. The India AI Mission 2030, there's roughly about $1.2 to $1 billion that's been budgeted for this. You're looking at anywhere between 15 to 20 large data centers and hundreds of micro and macro data centers that are coming up across India, supporting all kinds of industries. This is again huge. In the history of India, we've never seen an investment and a drive like this towards technology, be it in the industrial age, the digital age, or the information age. This is the first time this is happening. And lastly, the energy. Today, we roughly use about 1.5 gigawatts of energy, and that is expected to scale 8 to 10x. It is not 8%, it is not 80%, it's 8 to 10x in the next in the next 5 to 10 years. That's the scale we're talking about. From a global ranking perspective, we are ranked 3rd. But please don't be disillusioned with that number. First on that list is US. They are at 76 points on a scale of 100. Next comes China. They are at 36 points. A good 40 points down from the leader. And then comes India. We are at about 24, 26 points. So the difference between the 3rd place and the 1st place is 50 base points. That's not even a race, right? The ranking is great, but it's not even a race. And the problem with AI technology is it's mostly a winner-take-all game. Because once you hit the AGI, or what we call as artificial general intelligence, what it essentially means is anything a human can do, the intelligence can do 100x, 1000x over, the only limitation being compute power. And with now data centers being tested in space, in satellite by NVIDIA, if they go through that, the results are expected to be out by the end of this year, so it's not too far away. If they go through that, the compute power essentially will go through the roof by 100x every year. I mean, that's the kind of scale you're talking about, right? So while we can say that, yes, we are 3rd, we are lagging far behind in the race. Whoever wins it, it's a winner-take-all game, right? So that's something to keep in mind. Now, what is the impact of this on the economy, on the different 4 structures? I could have gone on this with all verticals, but just chose the 4 big structures. And you'll notice that the only aspect in green is economy. So AI and robotics in general, rough estimates depending on which paper, which publication, which site you're visiting, is saying anywhere between $1.2 to $1.5 trillion in terms of GDP value, right? By 2035, that's 10 years from now. But everything else is essentially a red. Why? Your social structure will be completely dismantled. There will be the haves and the have-nots, AI literates, and the AI displaced, which will basically be your majority. Then you have, for education, premium schools, which probably cater to 2%, if we are lucky 5%, of our overall student population will be able to afford the infrastructure needed and be far ahead in the game. And the sad part of that number is 90% of that 5% will not even be in India. So you're essentially pouring in all the resources, all the framework, all the technology to train that 90% of the 5% who will eventually leave the country, and we will be where we are. Something for us to think about, right? And then the industry and the employment. Automation wave is not a theory anymore. We've already seen that happen. For those of us who are tracking the news, 3 months ago, Microsoft, Google, and Amazon, the three big players, offloaded close to 15% of their workforce. And again, the most interesting part there was all these three companies clocked the best returns of their entire existence in those quarters, which means that your results have nothing to do with your job stability anymore. $27 billion in terms of gross margins clocked in a quarter, but 15,000 people displaced in 2 days. I've known friends where they've been displaced in 20 minutes. You walk in, badge gets deactivated, you don't know what's happening. Security escorts you to a room that's not even in the campus, that's just outside, right next to the security room. You have your manager waiting there. He takes your laptop, the lab comes there, and you go out. Guys, this is the sad reality of corporate. So I just want to make sure that none of us is in any disillusion about how corporate world works. Okay? So the uncomfortable question for all of us here. In 2040, will your alumni thank you for preparing them or wonder why you did not do more? Right? AI literacy gap created today is going to become permanent tomorrow for everything that I just spoke about. It is there for sure. Just for a comparison, we always like to compare ourselves with US and China. So here's the numbers for China, right? China made AI education mandatory at age 6, not grade 6. Age 6, that's grade 1. 2.9, almost 3 million teachers are fully trained. That's 95% of their population, of their teacher population. And they have about 184 AI education bases. What does India do? Starting 2026, we are planning to make AI education mandatory starting grade 6. I'll repeat. As against China, we are planning to make AI education mandatory starting grade 6. That's a good 5-year gap between what everybody else in the world is doing and what India is doing, right? And it's not just China. US starts in K-12. Most of Europe, depending on which country you're talking about, starts in grade 1 to grade 3. We are the only ones who start in grade 6. That's a 70% gap in teacher training. And I'll come to that 10 million job loss later on. I'll give you the context of that. But essentially, if the trajectory continues, in about 5 to 7 years, we are looking at a net 10 million job loss. So by 2030, which is just 4 years away, what are we talking about? 35 million jobs displaced, 25 million new created, yes, but a net of 10 million loss. Now compare that to China and the US. Displaced 95, created 120, net positive 25. US, 18 million displaced, 28 million created, net 10. We are the only major economy in the world that will have a net loss in terms of employability if we don't do something about it. Now, it is not tomorrow, it is not next week, it is not next year. If we don't take actions now, this is the train wreck we are heading towards. So who gets left behind? The 60% of the workforce that I spoke about. 85% of the labor will be unskilled in AI because we're not talking about it, and by the time they hit there, each AI model, for context, gets an update every week. Every major version change, take ChatGPT, Claude, Grok, Manas, Llama, whatever you want, every major model comes with a whole new version in 6 to 8 months. Extrapolate that to 10 years. I'll leave it there. Now, what happens if we start with the AI skills, right? You're talking about 40 to 60% higher wages for AI skills, which is great for the economy, for everybody else. You're talking about 15 million jobs created, approximately. But that will only apply to high-value jobs. So the question then becomes, how many of our students can then be elevated from where they are today to that? Right? So like I said, the window for action is now, is the next 3 years. This is the window we're talking about, 26 to 28. China has a cohort from grade 2, Finland teachers are fully trained, India starts at grade 6. There's a 5-year gap which we have to bridge. Now by 2030, let's assume we don't do anything, we just keep going at the pace at which we are right now. You're staring at a 10 million gap, and students are unprepared. If that was not scary enough, by 2030 or by 2031, the gap and the divide becomes permanent, at least for one generation. There is nothing you, me, anybody, government, Modi, Amit Shah, Rahul Gandhi, doesn't matter who. There is nothing anybody will be able to do about it. And this is reality, guys. I'm not making these numbers up. It's all there on Google. All sources are put in there. I will share that with you. This is the true state of where we are today, coming from the industry. Just to give you a bit of a connotation to this, I've done 25 years in IT. I've worked with 4 major brands, IBM, HP, AOL, right? I've seen pure operations and sales, the entire gamut. I've probably taken about 1,000 odd interviews in my life. The biggest problem that I always had is getting students ready for them to do the job. That was a norm, so nobody really talks about it much, right? It worked. Why? Because we were working in the digital age. We were working in the information age, so we had time. So although we cribbed about it, we cringed about it, we really didn't make a fuss about it. The problem we have now is, sorry, just to elaborate on that, what that essentially meant for us as a company, as a corporate is, if I hire somebody today, it takes me 6 months to train them and get them productive. Not break even, productive. 6 to 9 months, depending on what you're talking about. 6 to 9 months from there for me to break even with the investment on the salary, on their insurance, on the gratuity, their training. That's what it takes. So I'm talking about 18 to 24 months before my first hire can actually earn me my dollar back. That is a norm, everybody accepts it, right? Now the problem with that norm right now is, I take, as it is, the students are unprepared. Technology's models are changing every month. What do I train them on? And that's the big problem, right? That's the big question why everybody keeps asking, why is Google firing? Why is Amazon firing? Why is everybody firing? It's not that they want to fire. The problem is that technology is expanding at a rate which is impossible for us to supplement or complement using the workforce we have. So whether I like it or not, the only option I have is to go down the agentic model. Right? So what is AI doing for education? Transforming learning, changing how teachers do. I think the last two speakers have done a fantastic job with this. I will just skip. I will not talk about it. But the only quick question that I would like to ask all of you is, AI is a force multiplier. Please do not look at it as anything else. It is a force multiplier. AI adoption, robotics training, STEM training, inclusive with arts, is eventually going to decide what your students are going to become. The only question is, will we be able to multiply their capability or the inequality? That's it. Will AI assist them in their growth, or will AI divide them? So building AI robotics competency, again, not prescriptive. This is just a suggestion from somebody who's come from a load of industry expertise. I'm very new to the education industry itself, so by nowhere it is prescriptive, but just a suggestion, right? Start from grade 1. Grade 1 to grade 3 is when your cognitive minds are active the most. Let's teach them computational thinking, pattern games, sequencing, logic puzzles, no tech needed. There are schools that bring in programs like Scratch and code.org there. We leave it to you, you know your students better. But quite honestly, 1 to 3, what you need is them to start thinking like coders. You don't need them to code. You just need to get them to start thinking sequentially, critically, computationally. That is what is needed. So get that thinking going. We will have enough time to learn the coding. 4 to 6 is when we introduce basic coding and basic robotics, Scratch, Microbit. There are tons of platforms out there, virtual, offline, online. Choose what works for you. 7 to 9 is when the actual learning starts with AI concepts, AI modeling. With applications, you get introduced to base electronics, Arduino boards, programming, embedded systems. 10 to 12, that's when you get into advanced. 10 to 12 means 18 years. That's between 16 years to 18 years. We have entrepreneurs, both in India and outside, running their own tech startups already. So it might look like advanced AI and specialization in robotics is too big for a 10th to 12th grader. We have enough proof out there in the market that this is already happening. What to avoid? Starting late. It doesn't matter what you start with, but please start. Because once you start, you always have a mechanism and a way to evolve and better. But please do not delay. And grade 1 is where you start. Lego model and DIY kits. This is probably the biggest disservice that we can do to our students. Lego models don't teach you anything. They are prescribed, pre-designed. All you do is plug and play. You don't essentially learn the basics of robotics. In the name of robotics, there's a lot of Lego and DIY kits happening. I don't say ban it. It's a good concept to introduce, but not something for continuous learning. Great for home learners though, right? Perfect for home learners, but not for schools. Fully vendor managed classes. A lot of schools these days find a vendor, outsource it entirely, and say, hey, 2 classes a week, 1 class a week, 1 weekend class, after class, whatever, you manage the whole show. The moment you do that, what essentially happens is, for the vendor, it's business. He doesn't care about education. So they will come in, they will teach what they have to teach. It doesn't matter to them whether the kid learns something or not. And unless and until there is substantial incentive for them to keep earning and advancing their models, they will not invest. You will get blocked at level 2, level 3. The only way to go about it is take the help, but manage it yourself. Make sure you manage end-to-end yourself. You may not have the expertise, that's absolutely fine. There are tons of companies out there who can come in, identify 1 or 2 teachers, they will train them, get that going. Prioritizing tech over thinking, right? Again, goes back to the Lego model. You don't really learn anything, right? It's all tech. You're not really thinking what's happening, where is it working. If it doesn't work, what do you need to do to fix it? Troubleshooting is a concept that doesn't exist in the Lego space, in the DIY space. And then treating, this is the biggest point, treating AI and robotics as a separate subject. Please understand, AI has 3 different verticals. Sorry, robotics has 3 different verticals. You have the electronics vertical, you then have the software vertical, and then you have the material sciences vertical, right? Material sciences is a little too complicated to introduce in schools, so leave that aside for now. The electronics and the software is what they need to understand. If you're going to say, okay, I will teach them only electronics, it doesn't work. It'll have to be incorporated with maths, with design thinking, with sensors, with computational technology, right? And understanding. So teach algorithm in maths. Teach sensors in science. Teach designs, circuit designs in your art class. That way they don't feel that they're doing robotics, but essentially what you're doing is you're getting their brains to think on doing it. And when they do come to the robotics class, it's like any other subject, which is just a continuation of what they've already learned. And the 4 main pillars: teacher training, curriculum integration, infrastructure readiness, ethics and compliance. I've spoken about the top 3, but ethics and compliance, again, is one topic that I think we don't spend time enough on. People have started using ChatGPT as Google. People have started using ChatGPT as their AI personal assistant. The problem with that is ChatGPT, Grok, or any other AI model is the most egoistical assistant you will ever have. Has anybody in this room who's ever used any of these models come across ChatGPT or any of these models saying, no, I don't know the answer? Has it ever said, I don't know? It will never tell you, I don't know. Why? Because if it says it doesn't know, then the whole existence comes into question. So it is not designed to tell you, I don't know. So what does it do? What happens when you ask it a question when it is not being trained on that data set? What happens to that question? It hallucinates. That's the risky part, right? It makes up its own answer. Again, not science fiction. We have enough evidence that it does this. Yes, the rate of hallucination and bias has come down significantly. We used to be at around 22%. It's now come down to the high single digits or the lower single digits, depending on which model you use, but it's still there. The problem with that is when you share your personal feelings with the model learns with you. And the moment you say, yes, thank you, I know what I'm doing, you helped. As far as the model is concerned, that is what makes you happy. So that gets registered in the indexing. So the next time you ask the same question, it'll give you the same answer and say you should do this because that's what made you happy the last time. It doesn't care if your context is different now. It doesn't know, it doesn't care. So AI ethics, bias, how do you use a tool is something that I don't see anybody talking about, which is probably the biggest thing that has to be taught only in schools, because it is not in anybody's interest to say it. You will not hear Sam Altman talking about it. You will not hear Elon Musk talking about it. You will not hear Larry Page talking about it. You will not hear Satya or Sundar or any of these guys talking about it, because it doesn't fit their bill. The only people who can talk about it is the schools and the educational institutions. So if you don't do anything else, that's all right, but please make sure you do this. That's my humble request. So I'll leave you with this one last slide, right? And the question, it's really a choice. I come from the 2000 batch, right? I passed engineering in 2000, exactly 25, 26 years ago. And that was the start of the digital age. If we had conferences like this back in those days, I promise you, India would have been known as the innovation hub, not as the IT back office that we are known as today. We missed that boat, we missed the bus, not by an inch, not by a mile. We were sleeping on some different planet. We have the opportunity again now. The only question now is, are we going to be doing the same mistake? Will we let AI lead it or be led by it? That's the only question. The only framework that exists today in the country that has the ability to change that at scale is our education system. So if you guys don't do this, then I don't see who else can do it. Thank you so much.
On behalf of Chempaka and all attendees, we extend deepest gratitude to his expertise and passion. May his words ignite innovative practices that shape an equitable AI-powered future for education.
As a mark of our gratitude and respect, may we request Dr. Ashokan, Principal, Sri Vivekananda Public School, and Ms. Simi Shafi, Headmistress, Lecole Chempaka International Junior School, to felicitate the dignitary. Welcoming Ashokan sir and Simi ma'am to the dais. Requesting all to stay back to present the awards. I would also like to welcome Mr. Jaideep Narasimham, Senior General Manager, Sera, and our Chairman, Raj Sir, to be on the dais to present the awards. So let's give a wide applause to Mr. Jaideep Narasimham, Senior General Manager, Sera, and our Chairman, Raj Sir. With this, we are starting phase 4 recognition awards. First, I would like to welcome Devamada School, Devamada CMI International School, Thrissur, for receiving Kerala Excellence in Holistic International Education Award. Welcoming Devamada CMI International School for initiating holistic international education through values, well-being, and global perspectives. Let's give a wide round of applause for Devamada CMI International School. Welcoming dear teachers of Devamada School to the dais. Thank you all. We would like to welcome Kangaroo Kids International Preschool, Besant Nagar, Chennai, for receiving Early Childhood Center of Excellence, South India, for creating an exceptional early years ecosystem rooted in play, inquiry, and emotional well-being. Let's give a wide round of applause for Kangaroo Kids International Preschool, Besant Nagar, Chennai. Next, I would love to welcome DePaul School, Visakhapatnam, for receiving Excellence in Inclusion and Equity. DePaul School, Visakhapatnam demonstrate excellence in inclusion and equity through strong sense support and inclusive practices. Let's give a wide round of applause for DePaul School, Visakhapatnam, for receiving the award in the category Excellence in Inclusion and Equity.
I'm inviting Gurukulam Public School, Thrissur, to receive Kerala Interdisciplinary Learning Excellence Award for excellence in interdisciplinary learning through collaboration, projects, and real-world connections. Gurukulam Public School, Thrissur, to receive Kerala Interdisciplinary Learning Excellence Award for excellence in interdisciplinary learning through collaboration, projects, and real-world connections. Next is Amrita Public School, Kozhikode. I invite Amrita Public School to receive Kerala Emerging Coastal Belt School Award for strengthening coastal education through academic growth and community partnership. Amrita Public School from Kozhikode, receiving Kerala Emerging Coastal Belt School Award, strengthening coastal education through academic growth and community partnership.
Thank you, sir. Let's welcome Lecole International School, Secunderabad, for receiving National Emerging International School Award for emerging as a promising international school by blending strong academics with global teaching practices and a vibrant learning culture. Lecole International School.
We are moving on to Birla Open Minds International School from Hyderabad to receive National School Transformation Model India for building a powerful school transformation model that unites academic excellence with co-scholastic depth from its very foundation. Birla Open Minds International School from Hyderabad.
Please give them a wide round of applause.
National School Transformation Model.
Birla Open Minds International School, Hyderabad.
For building a powerful school transformation model that unites academic excellence with co-scholastic depth from its very foundation. Birla Open Minds International School.
Next, I would like to welcome Darshan Academy, Pune, for receiving National Award for Excellence in Value-Based and Holistic Education. Darshan Academy, Pune.
Next is Vidyasagar School, Chennai. We invite Vidyasagar School, Chennai to receive National Award for Excellence in School Values and Ethics.
Inviting the Indian Public School, Coimbatore for receiving National Award for Future Skills and Competency Development. The Indian Public School, Coimbatore.
We're moving on to Vidyaranya High School for Boys and Girls, Hyderabad, Telangana. Vidyaranya High School for Boys and Girls, Hyderabad, Telangana, to receive National Holistic Learning Excellence Award for exemplifying holistic learning that nurtures mind, heart, and character beyond academics. Vidyaranya High School for Boys and Girls. Next is Kennedy High, the Global School from Hyderabad, to receive Emerging Excellence in CBSE and Cambridge Education, South India. Kennedy High, the Global School, Hyderabad.
Next, the Indian Public School, Chennai for receiving Inclusive Education Excellence Award, South India. The Indian Public School, Chennai.
The Choice School, Tripunithura. The Choice School, Tripunithura, to receive South India Educational Innovation and Research Award. The Choice School, Tripunithura.
For leading educational innovation through research-driven practices and holistic future-ready learning. The Choice School, Tripunithura.
For leading educational innovation through research-driven practices and holistic future-ready learning. Next is the Sacram Academy Premier School of Excellence Award for exemplifying academic excellence through strong system, innovation and future-ready vision. Sacram Academy. Scrum Academy Premier School of Excellence Award. For exemplifying academic excellence through strong system, innovation and future-ready vision. Scrum Academy Premier School of Excellence Award.
Next, I would like to welcome SBOI School and Junior College for receiving Sports and Physical Development Award for building one of the Tamil Nadu's finest school sports ecosystem through excellence in coaching, infrastructure and achievements. SBOI School and Junior College.
Next is the Madras Christian College Higher Secondary School from Chennai to receive Heritage School, Historic Day School of Distinction, South India. I invite Madras Christian College Higher Secondary School from Chennai to receive Heritage School, Historic Day School of Distinction, South India for nearly 190 years of academic excellence and cultural leadership that have shaped Tamil Nadu's educational heritage.
Let's give a round of applause for Madras Christian College Higher Secondary School.
190 years of academic excellence. Madras Christian College Higher Secondary School.
I would like to invite Bharatiya Vidya Bhavan, Thrissur, Kerala for receiving Kerala Heritage and Cultural Education Award Bharatiya Vidya Bhavan, Thrissur, Kerala. For receiving Kerala Heritage and Cultural Education Award, for preserving and nurturing India's cultural and educational heritage through value-driven, tradition-rich schooling. Let's give a round of applause for Bharatiya Vidya Bhavan, Thrissur, Kerala.
Next is the Darshan Academy, Pune. Darshan Academy, Pune.
Let's give a round of applause for Darshan Academy, Pune. Next, we would like to welcome Chinmay Vidyalaya, Kozhikode, Kerala for receiving Kerala Arts and Creative Expression Excellence Award. Chinmay Vidyalaya.
For nurturing artistic excellence, where creativity, discipline and cultural values come together.
Chinmay Vidyalaya, Kozhikode. Next, I would like to welcome the Oxford School, Trivandrum.
All teachers of Chinmaya
All
Vidyalaya
teachers
who are
of Chinmay
present,
Vidyalaya, please be on the dais.
Teachers from Chinmaya Vidyalaya, please be on days to receive this award. Kerala Arts and Creative Expression Excellence Award.
Thank you, teachers. Next, we would like to welcome the Oxford School, Trivandrum for receiving Kerala Career Guidance and Future Pathways Award. The Oxford School, Trivandrum for guiding students confidently towards future careers through structured, holistic career planning. The Oxford School, Trivandrum.
Kerala Career Guidance and Future Pathways Award. Vidyanagar Public School, Malappuram.
For receiving Kerala Emerging Academic and Value-Based School Award. For emerging as a value-driven academic school through joyful, child-centered learning, may we welcome Vidyanagar Public School, Malappuram.
Christu Jyoti Higher Secondary School, Changanasheri. Next is Christu Jyoti Higher Secondary School, Changanasheri to receive Kerala Emerging Excellence in Multidisciplinary Learning Award for emerging as a multidisciplinary learning school that blends academics, arts and experiential exploration. Christu Jyoti Higher Secondary School, Changanasheri.
Next, we would love to welcome St. Mary's Higher Secondary School, Pattam, Trivandrum, for receiving Kerala Patent Engagement and Partnership Award for building strong school-home partnership through trust, transparency and collaboration. St. Mary's HSS, Pattam.
Parent Engagement and Partnership Award, St. Mary's HSS, Pattam. Next is a Cochin International School from Kochi to receive Kerala Emerging Excellence in Cambridge Education Award. Cochin International School.
Last but the least, we would like to invite the Green Hills Public School, Sultan Batheri, Wayanad. The Green Hills Public School, Sultan Batheri, Wayanad. With this, we come to the end of the Phase 4 Recognition Awards. We are breaking for lunch now.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, respected dignitaries. Thank you so much for your time.
Now we are breaking for lunch now. And kindly be seated again after 30 minutes. Now it is 1:50. Take 30 minutes for refreshments.
And after that, we resume for the afternoon sessions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Enjoy your lunch.
To set the tone for the afternoon, we present a cultural performance by the Chempaka Music Academy celebrating creativity as an integral part of holistic education. This fusion song by composer Srikumar R. Nair, lyrics Dr. Rajesh Kese, blends sacred om, percussion, vocals, guitar, keyboard and drums in Sanskrit, Malayalam and Hindi, evoking awakening, unity and harmony. The Academy offers Trinity-aligned training in guitar, keyboard, piano, drums, NEP 2020 focused classes, assessments, choirs, bands and performances, building musical excellence. Its published gems, Beats Unleashed and Wings of Strings by Nair and Anil GT, enrich learners with theory and practice. Prepare to be enthralled by a mesmerizing musical performance from Chempaka Music Academy. Let's give a warm round of applause, please, as they take the stage to celebrate music's timeless bridge between tradition and modernity.
ഹർഷരാഗം കുന്തുകികളിൽ നിൻ ശ്രുതികളിൽ നിൻ ചള്ളതാളം നീ തനതന നിൻ ചതികളിൽ നിൻ ഹർഷരാഗം ആരവങ്ങളേറ്റു പാടും ലോകമാം നമ്മൾ എന്നെന്നും സാമവേദം സാഗരം ഒരു സാക്ഷിയായി നിന്നു ഇനി കാലം എല്ലാം നേട്ടം കൊയ്യും ഒന്നായി നാം അതിലൊരു രാഗം സംഗീതത്തിൻ സായുജ്യമാ ദുംദുമികളിൽ നിൻ ശ്രുതികളിൽ നിൻ ചള്ളതാളം നീ തനതന നിൻ ചതികളിൽ നിൻ ഹർഷരാഗം ചം ചനനന ചം ചനനന റിം ചനനന ചം ചം ചനനന ചം ചനനന റിം ചനനന ചം തകിട തകിട തക തക ദിമി തക ജണു തകിട തകിട തക തക ദിമി തക ജണു തകിട തകിട തക തക ദിമി തക താം തകിട തക ദിമി
What an enchanting music performance by Chempaka Music Academy and our teachers. Your melodies have captivated the audience and left a lasting impression. We are profoundly grateful for the joy you brought to our delegates. Thank you.
We now move into an important and engaging segment of the conference, the panel discussion. This session brings together experienced school leaders and educators to reflect on leadership, learning cultures, and implementation of NEP 2020 in real school contexts.
Panel discussion will begin after 5 minutes. All the music instruments had to be removed from the stage. Thereafter, we will commence our next important event, panel discussion. Lucky draw, let me announce once again. 3:30 is the last time given for lucky draw. If anybody misses that chance, please make use the chance to write your name and put it in the box kept there in the reception desk. 3:30 is the time. 35 minutes more.
May I invite Miss Simi Shafi, Headmistress, Lecole Chempaka International Junior School, to introduce the moderator. We are now moving into an important and engaging segment of the conference, the panel discussion. So welcome Simi ma'am to introduce the moderator.
This session brings together experienced school leaders and educators to reflect on leadership, learning cultures, and the implementation of NEP 2020 in real school context.
Welcome Simi Shafi, Simi ma'am, Headmistress, Lecole Chempaka International Junior School, to introduce our moderator.
Thank you, Sanju. A very good afternoon to respected dignitaries and all the reverend educators present here. It's my privilege to invite Ms. Annie Cherian, school leader of Lecole Chempaka Silver Rocks, to moderate today's panel discussion. With over 2 decades of distinguished experience as an educator, academic leader, and teacher mentor, Ms. Annie brings exceptional depth and clarity to senior school education across the ICSE, ISE, Cambridge, and IB curricula. Her work reflects a rare integration of academic rigor, global best practices, and a deeply human-centered approach to leadership.
Ms. Annie has been instrumental in driving research-based learning experiences at Chempaka, including the development and implementation of structured learning journals, reflective assessment frameworks, and inquiry-driven classroom cultures inspired by leading international education systems. Her ability to contextualize global education best practices within the Indian school ecosystem has made her a respected voice in academic leadership and teacher development. Widely admired for her contributions to teacher empowerment, student mentoring, and career guidance, Ms. Annie firmly believes that the true purpose of schooling lies in nurturing thinking learners, ethical citizens, and future-ready individuals, well beyond the boundaries of examinations. This philosophy aligns seamlessly with the spirit of vision of this conference. As a core pillar of Lecole Chempaka journey towards educational excellence, Ms. Annie's leadership continues to shape learning cultures that are reflective, inclusive, research-oriented, and globally relevant, positioning Chempaka as a forward-thinking institution in the national education landscape. We are delighted to have her lead this important conversation on NEP 2020 in action, how school leadership is transforming learning cultures in India. May I take this opportunity to invite Ms. Annie Cherian to take over the session, introduce our distinguished panelists, and guide us through what promises to be a deeply insightful and meaningful discussion. Over to Annie, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Simi ma'am. Every one of us here has walked into a classroom. We have seen children eager, hesitant, curious, afraid, inspired. We have seen teachers either empowered or constrained. What determines this experience is often not the syllabus, not even the infrastructure. It's the culture. And culture is shaped by leadership. When we speak about NEP 2020, we usually speak in terms of reforms. Reforms in structures, frameworks, competencies, and change. But policies do not walk into classrooms. They enter through people. NEP 2020 becomes real only when a school leader chooses trust over control, learning over compliance, and purpose over routine. The Chempaka National Conference is not a space for symbolic celebration. It is a research-driven national forum that looks beyond labels and rankings. Built on long-term digital footprint analysis and learning culture indicators, it asks a deeper question. Are our schools truly transforming, or do they merely appear to change? This conference invites us to move from recognition, from performance to purpose, and from policy to practice. So it is in this spirit that we present today's panel, NEP 2020 in Action, how school leadership is transforming learning cultures in India. This is not a discussion about what NEP says, it's a conversation about what leadership does. Because the future of Indian education will not be written in policy alone, it will be written in the daily choices of all of you school leaders. It's my privilege now to introduce our distinguished panelists here who will help us explore how leadership research, and learning culture come together to shape the future of Indian schooling. To begin with, we have Miss Anu Lakshman. In a world where education is increasingly global, the challenge is not adoption, but translation. Miss Anu Lakshman is a manager at Cambridge Assessment International Education with deep expertise in international education frameworks, curriculum design, assessment systems, and school improvement pathways. She works closely with schools to translate global benchmarks into context-sensitive, learner-centered practice, supporting sustainable and future-ready education models. She brings to this panel a global lens grounded in local reality. Ma'am. If policy lives in a system, it breathes in schools, and Dr. Sita Nanduri represents that lived reality. Dr. Sita Nanduri is a senior leader at the Dean's Academy, Bangalore, and an accomplished educationist with extensive experience in school leadership, curriculum design, and academic management. She's widely respected for building strong learning cultures, child-centered practices, and teacher leadership, combining academic rigor with deeply humane schooling. She brings to this panel the voice of the classroom, the staff room, and the everyday life of a school. Ma'am, please. Our next panelist brings a system-level view that is rare and deeply valuable in conversations on NEP 2020. Dr. Anavaratham is a senior academic leader and institutional strategist currently associated with academic governance and higher education advisory roles in collaboration with the Government of Gujarat. With deep expertise in educational leadership, policy implementation, institutional transformation, and governance systems, he offers us a panoramic view of how schools and institutions can evolve with integrity, scale, and purpose. His presence reminds us that transformation is not only about classrooms, it is also about the architecture of systems that sustain them. Sir. NEP 2020 calls for evidence-based education, but numbers alone cannot tell the story of learning. Mr. Vamsi Lingala is an education analyst and alumnus of IIM Visakhapatnam, working at the intersection of data, policy, and education systems. As a core analyst and education-focused marketing strategist, he brings sharp insight into how evidence, analytics, and narrative can meaningfully inform school improvement and public trust without reducing education to mere numbers. He helps us ask not just what data shows, but what it should serve. Sir. Check. So as we begin this first round, yes. Yeah, I'll just start.
Check, check, check.
As we begin the first round, I would like to anchor our conversation in leadership, not as a designation or authority, but as the everyday decisions that quietly shape the life of school. I'd like to begin with one common question to all our panelists. From your experience, what is the single most important leadership shift schools must make today to truly align with NEP 2020, not in policy documents, but in everyday learning culture? I'll invite each of you to respond briefly from your own lens. Dr. Anavartham, may I invite you to begin the discussion? Yeah. From a systems and governance perspective, where do institutions struggle most? Policy intent or leadership execution? And how can school leaders bridge that gap responsibly?
Thank you, Anima. Am I audible? Thank you. See, this question, I would say that it cannot be a either or, in my opinion. So we have to really look at policy. You rightly said policy doesn't walk into classrooms. So the leaders are the ones who ensure that it is implemented. But here there are two other challenges also. Policy, no doubt it is there, but it misses two elements. One is the roadmap. So there are 10 different things that have been told, but it has not been told when, what has to be changed, in what sequence it has to be changed. How much time do you get? Because every school has its own infrastructural issues, structural issues, teacher capacity issues. Based on that, I believe the schools and therefore the leadership should have a choice of picking the most important ones to begin with and start implementing them. But there is a problem here. NEP is a great policy, but as most of the schools, we hit the target but the wrong nail. We still keep hitting marks, whereas NEP is talking more about foundational literacy, not about marks. And all these years, we have been talking the entire educational curriculum. They're all based on imported from the Western world. Now, the whole purpose of NEP, I was actually referring to one of the education policies of 1913, when the Britishers have done it. There is a huge difference between the policy that in 1913, it was completely oriented towards making the Indian workforce more aligned to their needs, whereas it was not aligned to the global needs. So, currently, we need to move from a kind of a knowledge factory to a wisdom architecture. And NEP is providing the opportunity, only thing if you know how to do it. Answering your second question, the leadership in the school, how do they do it? I believe now we need to move more towards expertise basis. It cannot be held at a single person's power or responsibility. We need to identify people who have the necessary expertise in doing it, and then we have to delegate, go along with them and do it. If we do these two parts, I believe NEP is achievable, may not be today, but certainly in the next couple of years. But still, please remember, we are talking about NEP 2020 and 2026. And like Kapil said, I would certainly agree with him that so many jobs are going to vanish. So many jobs are going to vanish. But what cannot vanish is if we generate necessary capacity in people where NEP has already given guidance. I think the school leadership, the strategic team, the experts, and the students will have to take that into account. This transformation is more challenging. See, transformation in other things. As a transformation practitioner, I did practice transformation in, say, for example, in defense or in IT sector. But those transformation, even though transformation has got three elements, the transformation issue, the technology, and the people. In those two cases, the people were adults. In this case, The people, the teachers are adults, but the students are not adults. Actually, we are deciding their destiny. Everybody who walks into the classroom, we are deciding their destiny. So we have to be all the more responsible in making that happen, ensuring that these people do not lose the opportunity of getting professionally occupied. I think that's my point at this stage.
That's a very big take. All of us have a big responsibility in being a part of this important transformation. Thank you so much, sir. You have helped us see where systems are faltering, and we need to take a deeper look into that. This brings me to our next panelist, Dr. Sita. You stand at the point where policy meets practice inside classrooms and staff rooms. So could you help us visualize this? What does a strong learning culture look like inside a classroom? And how can principals move from being administrators to culture builders?
A very good afternoon to one and all present here. So this is very interesting. So we talk about culture. So when I talk about culture, let me start by saying culture, when you talk about a school's culture, the culture should be very evidently and very, very visible even before you set foot into your classrooms. Now, how does that happen? It happens not only by just getting beautifully written in your school's mission and vision statement. It happens not only by your school management or your head of institute announcing it occasionally, or if I may be bold enough to say advertising it, but it will happen when you walk the talk every day and when you decide that culture is something that is non-negotiable for you. Now, this also aligns with what NAP has defined for us. Now, culture, I'm going to be talking, all my responses from here on are going to be extremely at ground level as to what I see and I transact in classrooms, like it was rightly said, in staff rooms, classrooms, because I work at the ground level. So when we talk about culture, I think student leadership takes the forefront because we all talk about holistic development, schools being ready to make future-ready leaders. Now, how does that happen? We all start the year by conducting elections, by inducting school leaders, by doing an investiture ceremony, by saying these are the children who are going to lead the larger group of children. But then what happens after which? Do we really take that ahead? Do we really empower these children to go ahead and actually make decisions? Now, these decisions could be small decisions. These decisions could be if there is an inter-school event, now all schools conduct inter-school events, are they looking at registrations? Are they even making those cold calls? Are they deciding what the menu is going to be? Are they going to look at logistics? Are they going to look at what happens to school when they come into school buildings? How are they allocating rooms? These are little leadership qualities, but this is where it all begins. So I think as school leaders, if we empower children more, not just by making that body of school council, but actually giving them the power to run the show, of course, within the limits and the framework that you decide is okay for you. I think that is where it all begins. Student-led assemblies, there are many schools, and I'm also going to be citing a couple of examples from where I come from. We never have a teacher on stage when we do assemblies. It's always and always student-led. It's perfectly all right for the student to go there and stumble, for a student to go there and make a mistake, because that's a huge learning. And that learning is never going to happen sitting inside the classrooms of 4 walls of a classroom. So that, for me, is culture. School leadership, student leadership is big culture. The second culture is culture of respect, culture of strength, culture of inclusion. We all talk about SEN, we all talk about differently able. It was beautifully said in all the eminent speakers that we've heard this morning. But are we equipping the children to not laugh at the child who is specially abled? For that child to be seated next to him in classroom? For the child to ask whatever maybe out of context question or not so relevant question within a classroom? If your children are accepting of that child, I think that's the culture you build. Culture of strength, which is so important for the so-called Gen Z and the next coming Alpha, Gen Alpha. These children are not prepared ever to accept defeat. Victory is something they all want. Getting a gold medal is all they want to be. It's sports or academics. They all are very happy when they win. But how do they take it when they lose? Are they equipped? Do they have the strength, the emotional ability to take it if they do not win a race or competition, if they do not get the required marks in an exam? So this is where you start building culture. And I think this needs to be inculcated top down. When leadership talks to you, when your heads talk to you, you walk the talk. You do this every single day. So these are cultures. I mean, it could be emotional culture, culture of well-being. And this is what, if you actually look into the NEP document also, this is all that it is all about. How do you tie up these little things across and then look at the holistic picture? Well, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sita. Your response helped us see that living learning culture feels like. Classrooms where curiosity is safe, mistakes are welcome. You also reminded us that when principals come out beyond administration, then there is breathing with purpose. So my dear audience, what is already emerging is a powerful thread. NEP alignment is less about structural change, but more about mindset change. Now moving on to, we have Ms. Anu Lakshman now. How do global frameworks like Cambridge practically support leadership-driven transformation in schools? What leadership gaps do you see most commonly today?
Very good afternoon, everyone. Being from an international education, being from a global education board, I have the privilege to meet many schools in the South. We have more than 300 plus schools in the South which offers Cambridge curriculum. I always believe, when I meet the school leaders, I always believe that global framework has supported the leaders in terms of more clarity. When I say clarity, clarity in decision making, some of this also helps in improving the school culture. Now, when I make it more, perspective to Cambridge, I would say we have seen a kind of distributed leadership, I would say, because an international board always focuses on empowering. So we give a lot of importance to empowering teachers, so than the traditional way of leadership where the leader monitor or control the whole team. We have responsibility for each of our team members, which is whoever it is, a teacher, coordinator, principal. We empower everyone so that it becomes equal responsibility to have the school operations running. So distributed leadership is something that I believe has improved in schools. Second is we have seen a kind of compliance-driven to a purpose-driven kind of leadership. When I say purpose-driven, we have seen, the syllabus completion, right? We all focus on syllabus completion. But now what I see in most of the schools when we do the auditing or inspection is that, yes, syllabus completion is very important, but equally I have seen student-centric, learner-centric, experiential learning. We can see all the different kinds of concepts being adapted. So I have seen this in the school. So I think a global framework has brought a lot of changes in that. And third thing is that a kind of learning culture also has developed. For example, the classrooms, we can see active classrooms, we can see metacognition in the classrooms, we can see, reflections, which is all part of a global framework. So which also aligns to what NEP speaks about. So I have seen a lot of changes in the leadership, culture as well of a school, as well as leadership changes when a school adapts a global curriculum, because global curriculum insists for certain parameters that the school has to, carry on when they move with an international affiliation.
Thank you, Ms. Anu. Your insights into how global frameworks like Cambridge enable leadership-driven transformation is really good. It's an eye-opener to all of us. We need to be different in our classrooms so that our children are ready for tomorrow. And now to our final panelist, Mr. Vamsi Ligala. From a systems view, what leadership patterns actually lead to sustainable school growth, not just short-term performance?
Good afternoon, everyone. So I think before panelists spoke about more about the NEP changes, and they talk about the culture, the system-driven methodologies as well. But I want to take a different approach in terms of marketing perspective, in terms of data analytics perspective. From my experience working with many schools across India, so what I have observed is that many schools that have been more sustainable, because that's what the question, right? So sustainable growth I'm going to talk about. So if you look at many schools that have been grown over the years, so they are not grown alone by the best vision statements like creating global citizens or creating future-ready citizens, or best strategy takes like putting up some marketing fund and then giving a lot of scope for operational excellence and other things. But it is one thing that the leaders should do, whether the leaders will be able to answer one simple question. So that simple question comes like this: what evidence do I have today that the learning is happening on every day? So that is what the conference is all about, I guess. Because if you look at the conference motto, it's India's first authentic and evidence-based leadership program where school rankings and recognition is done. So from this perspective, if you look at, it's not about the strategy decks or the best vision statements, but it's always about the evidence-based leadership. And NEP also emphasizes on the same factors in terms of the leadership traits that the leader should have. So the first thing that comes to my mind is evidence-based leadership. So teachers or the leaders should no longer worry about whether the syllabus has been completed or not. That's what Sita ma'am told also. And it should not be exam focused, like whether my results going up every year and whether I am able to promote it or not. But it's always about the leader should think whether there is a learning for the child and whether they are able to apply it in the real world or not. So that is the important factor that everyone needs to understand it. And they need to work in tandem with the teachers, and they need to collect evidences from the classroom. So whether there is evidence on an everyday basis, they're able to collect it or not, and then they are implementing the feedback to understand it much better and then applying it so that the systems keeps on improving. So that is one thing. And the second most important thing is the systems-driven leadership. So in the systems, what we have is there are a lot of leaders I have seen who are very resilient. During the COVID times, we have seen a lot of schools struggling, and then there comes a lot of resilient leaders who come up and take up these Zoom meetings, and then a lot of students coming, joining with the help of the parents. So that's 1 year impacted a lot, but the teachers who are driven by systems, who created the routines in the life, so they excelled a lot. And a lot of schools shut down during the COVID time, but a lot of better schools who have a better leaders tried to be resilient, and with their resilience, a lot of schools survived, and they have seen growth in terms of sustainability. I'm not talking in terms of schools who put up a lot of marketing budget and then get admissions, but then they have grown tremendously within the first 5 years, and then they come down in terms of the growth. But I'm talking about in terms of sustainable growth. It always depends upon the leadership skills, who we are. And the third most important thing is we need to have distributed leadership. Decision making should be diversified, and then it should be given to the teachers as well. I mean, the decentralization of the leadership should be there. All the decisions that are going to take for a school for the upcoming academic year should not only vest the power, should not be centralized at the principal's desk, but it should be coming down, it should be decentralized to the HODs, and it should be given to the vice principals, it should be given to the subject experts, like the team leaders. So then what happens is, because the teachers are the ones, or the HODs are the ones who are implementing at the ground level, because whatever the principal or the leaders or the managements available, they will only get inputs from the teachers. So if they're not decentralizing and giving the decision autonomy to these teachers, so there won't be any trust, there won't be any morality for the teachers, so that it will become very difficult. I just give one example before closing, what we do with schools in terms of building the traits for these leadership qualities. So one thing we implemented deliberately was to, everyone knows it, I guess so. So it's the exit ticket methodology. So what an exit ticket methodology is, once the session ends, once the class ends, the teacher will ask a small question to all the kids. And then this is not about the marks, it's not about assessing the kids on anything, but it's more about understanding what the kid learn. It is a very simple and effective way to, the students will be able to reflect. But what we do, and the data point of view, we collect all these things and we map it up in terms of when the results are coming for the same kid. When he is able to understand the concepts and if he is not able to deliver in terms of the exams, so we know that the pressure is being there, or exam pressure is being there for him, and we need to handle it very much better. So that's how the system-driven methodologies works. So I want to end like our leaders should be more focused on the learning progression, whether it is happening or not, modifying the process rather than just managing the institutions as a principal. Thank you.
So those of you who've listened carefully to all these 4 talks, one truth is very clear. Learning culture does not change because policy demands it. It changes when leadership behavior itself changes. Children are not here for learning, for marks. They are here to be better individuals for tomorrow. Now we move on to the second round, a little bit more deeper. Data has immense power. It can illuminate learning, but it can also intimidate. It can guide growth, but it can also reduce schools to mere numbers. So in this round, I invite you to reflect on a more human question. How do we ensure that data serves people rather than people serving data? Dr. Anavardhan, I'd like to begin with you. At a system and governance level, data is essential for accountability, but culture is fragile. How can education systems and school leaders ensure that data supports values, relationships, and institutional purpose, rather than turning schools into performance-driven factories?
Very relevant question, and the answer is not simple. Data, it operates in multiple layers. So we all agree that data can be easily used for control. That's the easiest thing that we do data with. So data, when you use it for control, that is possibly the least value of data. Data is toxic. All of us would agree. Data is toxic because it is used for control. It is used for controlling somebody's placement in the classroom, somebody's promotion in the school, in various ways. But data will not be toxic the moment we move from judgment to diagnosis. So that's a big shift. The leaders have to move from judgment to diagnosis. The question is, are the leaders ready, or how do we make them ready? This is one part. The second part of data is it's very funny that we don't give attention to it. I was talking to Harish yesterday. So when somebody is doing good in, say, grade 1, we tell them to go to grade 2 because they're doing good. They do very well in grade 2, we push them to, say, maybe grade 4. They're happy. They're doing too well, so we move them to grade 6. And then they are not doing well in grade 6. We retain them. We don't take them beyond grade 6 because that is what the data says. So we deploy that resource in an area where they are not good at. And we have taken out that person from that area where they are good at. This is the pitfall of reading data. Now here, is the data wrong? I don't think so. Is the teacher wrong? I don't think so. It is our convenience of interpreting data to suit our needs. This is the second part of it. The third part of it is about what we measure. What we measure is a serious problem. For example, I'm not sure how many of you heard of a terminology called VUCA. VUCA is a leadership style or a management style where we use EA. V stands for volatility, U for uncertainty, C for complexity, and A for ambiguity. Right? This is the real world. If you look at today's world, I'm not being political, but tomorrow we don't know what Mr. Trump is going to think, which country is going to take. Right? So volatile. So in a Gen Z's life, you rightly talked about Gen Z and Alpha. I would like to quote Dr. Janner Cooney. Just about 5 days back, a video emerged. This is the only generation, particularly those who born after 2010, this is the only generation where their levels of maturity, I won't call maturity, but their intelligence is lower than their parents. This is the only generation where it has happened, and he is connecting it to various things. One of the things that he is connecting it to is what Harish rightly pointed out is overexposure to technology. The other areas is that most of them are single children. They do not have the habit of listening to no, and they do not want to fail. But is the data telling them, I'll give an example. Somebody, let's say we are having a reading exam. If a child is not doing very well in the reading exam, what we usually monitor is the vocabulary skills, whether the child is in a position to recite it completely, or at the most, we can say that if the child is able to apply this into somewhere else. We don't really monitor the complex issues like cognitive overload or working memory. There are so many things that are simple reading as an item. It has got so many things. And we also do not monitor so many real world, I would call for example, how do we measure listening skills? Somebody, are they passionately listening on it? This is a serious problem. People don't want to listen. People keep talking. Even there are 4 people, all the 4 will keep talking. Listening is a serious issue. So how do we monitor? Then, willingness to fail, coming to you. Are we willing to monitor that? How do we know that somebody is in a position to take action during crisis? All these can be done through project works. I'm not really getting into execution. What I'm trying to tell is the data currently does not monitor all of this, which is really required in the real world. Getting 98% in 12th standard, the euphoria is going to be at the most a month. The moment you get into a professional world, it's different. I'm sure many of us are aware that, sadly, 49% of dropouts happen from IIT in the first year. 100 people join, 49 people go out. That's because they are not able to take, somebody talked about so many suicides in IIT. They are not able to take the load. That is because the focus is completely onto wrong things. Data is measuring the wrong things. So to summarize, data is not toxic. As long as we are in a position to use it for diagnosis than judgment. Data is very good if you are in a position to find out who works where better, or that works even for the child. The child may be very good in mathematics, encourage them into mathematics. Instead, what we say is that you are not good in science, focus on science. Let us understand, rabbits are good in jumping, hopping, and tortoise is good in swimming. Let's not change it. If a child is very good in mathematics, let the child focus on mathematics. And the third is that, how do we measure things that are really required in the real world? If we do this, data becomes excellent. I would like to end with this, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. That has brought us all to the reminder that data must be with purpose. When it serves a purpose, it goes a long way. And we as educators can help these children in their future too. Thank you so much, sir. Next to Dr. Sita. As a school leader working closely with teachers and children, how can data be used in classrooms to improve learning without creating fear, pressure, or labeling of children and teachers?
Right. So I completely concur with what Doctor just said, and I would like to build on it. So data, most definitely, when we talk about data, it does have a slightly negative connotation to it. It is intimidating. When you say data, now when you go to teachers and say data in the staff room, every teacher will look at you and say, now what does she have against me? But nobody is ever going to give you that positive look saying, okay, maybe this is good data that she's going to talk to me about. So most definitely, I mean, that's the hard fact, that's the reality of life. It does have a slightly negative connotation to it. But yeah, very, very rightly said by Dr. also, and that's what I'm going to try and relate that to what we as leaders can do to help children and staff rooms specifically. If as leaders, a teacher who is working with us, if she has the ability and the strength and the courage to go into class and say, hey, I'm glad you made that error, or hey, I'm glad you made that mistake, be it math or science, and if the leader doesn't flip, I think that's a very positive sign, because you can use that data very, very effectively. A child has made a mistake. Now, why has the child made a mistake? So the point I'm trying to drive here is, it is not the teacher's inability or the teacher's competency level that you're checking here, that the child has made a mistake, but can we reroute this and look at it like, why has the child made a mistake? I mean, we all know about different ways of teaching. We've learned enough and more about Bloom's taxonomy, multiple intelligences. So maybe there is something inherently not right that we are doing. But is the teacher competent enough? Yes, the teacher is very competent enough. So when there is a shift, when there is a focus shift from penalizing a teacher, finding a fault with the teacher, because your data indicates that 50% of your class has failed the math exam, I think that's going to be a huge shift how we perceive data and how we look at data. Academic data, we all had the tech experts speak at a great length and depth about what to do with formative data, how to analyze the data, how to come back and give effective feedback, how to map assessments with curriculum. So I'm not going to dwell into that anymore. So yes, like Doctor also said, that why are we looking at only academic data when we're talking about holistic development? There is data for attendance and punctuality. Do we see a trend right before exams? There's so many of them who come up and say stomachache, headache, vomiting, can't come to school, medical certificates which get produced overnight at home come. Why? Because the child wants to miss an exam. Now, is there a pattern to this? Are we keeping tab on this? So is there a fear to face exams? Are we looking at that kind of a data? Are we looking at data for well-being? So if we could also look at mapping all this data, and like it was rightly said, if data is not to be taken as a tool to judge people, to judge a child, or to judge a teacher, but as a tool for reflection, as a mirror for reflection, and see what can be done to fix it, I think data will not be so fearful anymore. Because yes, there are wonders that can be worked with data. And I think as leaders also, we should equip teachers to be able to come and say to each other and to their co-teachers that I did a physics chapter today, and this is something that's definitely not worked for me because 50% of my class or 10% of my class struggled to complete this today. So if the other co-teacher could take a positive out of it and say, yes, this possibly was not the right way to go ahead with it, that's a win. Rather than saying, 10% of your class failed at it, or 20% of your class failed at it. When we start looking at the positive and not emphasizing on the negative when we collect data, I think that's a huge win. Because data can be very, very powerful. Data most definitely is required. And today, with the tech that the schools are being enabled with there's so much tech, we get beautiful reports, but how you interpret the report and how it can work at grassroots level to bring the child up is what is critical and what is important. Now, data could be attendance, punctuality, like I just said. Data could be well-being. Data could be emotional support. Data could be so many more things, but academic data only taken the negative way. That's all I want to add.
Thank you, Dr. Sita. Your insight reminds us that data, when held with empathy, becomes a mirror for growth, rather than a measure of worth. Teachers can use evidence to nurture learning without fear, without pressure or labels, so that every child and every teacher feels seen, supported, and empowered to improve. Over to you, Anu ma'am. From an international perspective, how are global systems using data to understand learning culture, not just marks and rankings? What can Indian schools learn from this approach?
See, in a global perspective, we use data beyond marks. To give you a small example to that, from Cambridge, we have diagnostic assessments. We call it as checkpoints. Checkpoints are conducted not every year. It's been conducted like grade 1 to grade 5 will be writing their checkpoint assessment. We don't call it as exams, we call it as assessment. The reason is we believe in assessments, we believe in continuous observation, so that there's a the gaps can be filled, the learning gaps can be filled. And the holistic report that comes out after the checkpoint result, it evaluates, it more than an evaluation for a child, we always insist, teachers, it's an evaluation for the teachers to understand where are the learning gaps. So to take that as a kind of support tool, we always support the teachers to take it as a support tool rather than a kind of evaluation. Because if a child is not able to, get the expected result, there's a teaching gap there. So this checkpoint assessment, we predominantly keep it as an assessment for teachers. Same time, it is an assessment for the children as well. So these diagnostic assessment data are very, very important. Like I said, one is for the teachers' improvement, teaching learning gap. Second thing is that we have seen a lot of parental pressure in choosing the subjects. Like sir was talking about, if a student is not good in maths, don't choose maths, you choose science or some other subject. So we believe in that. That's the reason we have a choice of option of subjects, and every student have the right to choose a subject that they want once they move from lower secondary to IGCSE and A-level. So we offer a wide range of subjects, and somebody who's not really needed to do a subject, not interested, they have an option to choose other subjects. How do you identify those subjects? These subjects you can identify from a very young age through checkpoint assessments, diagnostic assessments. We have insights, we have several assessment programs which give a kind of insight to parents, because these are kind of holistic reports which talks about students' progress in each subject. So when you have this kind of reports from a very lower grade, the parents can take a kind of decision that, okay, my child is performing well in English. I should try, or I should encourage him to try for literature or some other subject rather than forcing them to take maths or science. So these data are very, very important for a board like us. One is for the teacher development, second for the parental decision making in choosing the subjects. Now coming to how data is very important, I would want to keep it on a kind of triangular approach here with learning culture, which I was talking about, the assessments. Second thing is a learning process. When I say learning process, this is something that we also evaluate, we also observe or evaluate a child basis certain observations in the classroom through the support of teachers. For example, how his dialogues in the classroom, what kind of quality dialogues he have, what kind of engagements in the classroom, and what is the social emotional learning of that student. All these become a very, very important part of his day-to-day class observations. And when I say triangular approach, when the second part, we insist on reflection. So students' reflection plays a very important role. And the third is teacher assessment or teacher observations. So these three parameters together, we have a kind of holistic report that comes out along with our checkpoint, which helps the student, parent, and teachers, and the school, finally to take a kind of quality judgment or decision. And to end with, finally, we also have something called student's voice, where student gives a perspective or gives a kind of reflection about their whole journey, which is very important because this will help us to, or when I say us, the school, to understand where and what is required for the student next level, rather than telling where the student is standing now in the crowd. Because we, more than a kind of a ranking, we would say what kind of support the student needs so that we can prepare them to face the world.
Student voice is indeed a very powerful tool that ma'am has spoken of. Thank you, Ms. Anu, for widening our lens to the global stage. Your reflections show that across the world, data is being used not just to rank, but to understand, and Indian schools can indeed go beyond marks and comparisons. And now over to Mr. Vamsi. From an analytics and systems view, how can research and data guide school improvement without becoming a tool of control, compliance, or superficial comparison?
Yeah. So, to talk about control or the compliance from the leadership point of view, I think enough discussion already happened on how data can be misused or how to use the data. So I just wanted to let it from different perspective. I want to say that data is very dangerous. So why I'm talking about data is dangerous is why I'm trying to say is because data in my experience working with schools, so when we present the data to the schools where we worked with, it always comes with one question. So why are you just pointing out the negatives? Why not the positives? Because that's where the school leadership should think. Because it's not something, if you look at only the positives and then you move on in your life as a leadership, in the leadership position, so there is not something you can't do, something you can't change in the learning process. So what happens is you need to understand the data much better. There is a research that suggests that in order the data to be used for the learning, so the leadership team should understand when to use the data, what to use, and when to collect the data, and where to collect the data. And you need to understand what the data speaks to you and what the data can't say to you. So if you don't understand the difference, like what the data is speaking to you, so ultimately your system is bound to fail. So if you are, so I'll just go and explain in terms of one example what we do. So what we did is, because if you see data in terms of everyone talks about the assessment patterns, whether the child is scoring higher or lower or something like that we talk. But what we did is we tried to analyze the academic team performance. Rather earlier we used to create dashboards for the sales and marketing team, so whether how many leads are coming and how many are converting into an admission stage. So we went back and then we understood because there is a lack of trust from the parents also. So we went back and then we understood there should be a dashboard for the academic team as well. So we need to monitor the teachers as well so that the learning will happen. So they will learn new things and they will implement on the ground stage. So what we track in these dashboards, academic dashboards is, so we understand a different perspective. In terms of when Mr. Harish was saying the classroom observations where the variance has been changed when there is a teacher coming into it, other teacher looking at the classroom observation, and the parent, the principal coming, the variance changed by 0.4%. So what we did is we made these classroom observations mandatory, where the HODs will go, where the principals will go, where the team leaders also will go, and then the check, like 3 to 4 classroom observations for every teacher, we made it mandatory. So when there is, and we don't let them know when the people are going, when the principal is visiting the classroom. So it will be a surprise visit. So what happens then, once the principal is there, whatever the preparation is there, if they are not able to prepare well, the teacher, so it will be very much evident in front of the principal. So that's where you will understand where the system is actually bound to fail. So not only in terms of classroom observation, we understand how many hours of professional development we are providing to the teachers, how many hours of training that is being provided by the school end. Because it's not something the teacher will go and attend a lot of conferences or any other training programs. But we understand we need to provide them the learning capabilities, because we need to provide them with a lot of conferences like this so that the teachers also will understand, gain those knowledge, and we will check whether they are able to apply it in their real life in the classrooms as well with the students. And we see in terms of, because why I'm talking about these dashboards, why it's essential for the academicians also is to see, because the results comes only when there is an input given to the the system. If at all we are not feeding the system with the inputs, there are no outputs for any system. If the inputs are not given, obviously if you are expecting some outcome, some miracle outcomes for your school in the grade 10 board or grade 12 board, and if you're talking NEP, if you take NEP as one framework, one policy change, so it more emphasizes on the whole child development. So if you are not tracking the teachers, it means you are not able to see the change there, because ultimately whatever the teachers say, that's what the leadership team believes in some cases. But if you go and present the exact data to the people, to the leadership team, that's where people will understand where we are lacking. And it should not be linked with any appraisals or anything as what Sir told, because that's where when the trust will collapse with the teacher, and then the teachers will also be resistant in terms of giving the data to the leadership team. So it should be more for the leader should ask better questions, how the data can be utilized to make the better process, better frameworks, and getting better evidences from the classroom. So then obviously there will be a change, and everyone will love to give the data, to talk about the data, and love to share their perspectives in terms of getting better systems for our Indian education systems. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vamsi. When systems are designed wisely, data can indeed illuminate the path forward. And now, as we are running short of time, we'll be winding up very soon with the final round. In the closing round, I invite us to step back from frameworks and structures and look forward towards vision. The final question is not about policy, it's about purpose. It's a question to all of you. By 2040, what must change in Indian school leadership so that India is recognized globally for education, research, innovation, and human-centered learning? I invite each of you to respond very briefly to this question. Yes, sir, you can start.
Ma'am, this is a very simple question, but you require ambitious efforts, mainly from school leaders. 2040, not very far away. We're just talking about another 14 years. We're going to use NEP 2020 in 2026 to achieve something in 2040. Certainly good. But we also have to understand something that today we have about 20% of the world's population, and probably a lot of youth when compared to what the other countries are having it. Our shift in the school should be really moving from knowledge factories to wisdom architecture. It is because, a simple reason, anything that is rule-based, machines will take over in 4 years. Knowledge factories is no more useful. The shift has to happen right at the teacher level, then it can percolate to the student level. The teachers have to accept the fact that data is going to be there, AI is going to be there, it will not vanish. And AI is going to be more powerful every day. Just about 4 days back, I'm sure everybody knows who's Elon Musk. He was talking about there will be a time, probably in 10 years, where working is optional. The analogy he gave is, at some point in time, everybody grew a garden at home. Today, having a garden is optional, you can always go and buy. Similarly, working is going to be optional. Not only he is saying it, Sam Altman says, everybody says that money is not going to be a problem, occupation is going to be a problem. We are uniquely placed with so many young people who can, in the next 14 years, can take the world. We need to ensure that we are not importing anymore, we are exporting. We don't need to import knowledge if we are in a position to export wisdom, which is quite possible. See, I'll end it by saying that knowledge is like a map and wisdom a compass. Our culture has already taught us how to become a compass to the world. Let us go back there. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, sir. That was very insightful. Ma'am, over to you.
Yeah, I feel when when school leaders do less of administration, get into classrooms, look at innovation, and when they are empowered to even contribute to research, I think that will definitely help position India globally. And how it was rightly said in the morning, that when we start focusing on content more than quality, more than quantity, I think these two aspects very critically and essentially will help us position globally.
Yeah. Thank you so much, ma'am. Over to you.
I want to briefly say 2 points. One is, do our leadership have the freedom to experiment? Or we just go ahead with, the traditional way of leadership? That's something that I really want, and I'm really looking forward to have a freedom to experiment, bringing innovations in the classroom, bringing new concepts in the classroom. Fear of failure should not be there. That is, I feel that's very important as part of a leadership journey. Second one is, are we only looking into compliance, or are we brave enough to have more learning concepts in the classrooms, more brave ideas in the classroom? So from an auditing to a purpose-driven leadership is something that I'm looking forward.
So that's purpose-driven leadership that all of us have to take up. And over to you, Vamsi sir.
Yeah, let me just one data point, because the perspective is very short. So I just wanted to let everyone know what's happening in the real world in India. So if you look at India, no one will imagine that we are being the second most second highest number of schools with the international curriculum. So as per the report given by ISC in 2025, we are at 967 schools in India where we are offering international curriculums. To become global, like Indian education should become global and everyone should look at our Indian education system, what we need to do is we need to become more researchers and the practitioners rather than importing the curriculum, the frameworks from the Western countries. So we need to be more proactive in terms of the research, and we need to publish more practices like more papers, research papers with lot of evidences which can be collaborated with multiple people, multiple educationalists. Everyone should come, and then they should have conferences like this, and they talk about the research papers, what evidence they are finding, and which is working out as per the Indian traditions and the cultures. And that should be exported to the Western countries so that we become global. And by 2040, a lot of other countries across the world will be looking at us, and we can be the global hub for education system in the K-12 market. Thank you.
So let's dream for that India where we are going to be a global, known by everybody. So the question we asked about 2040 was not about predicting the future, but about taking responsibility for it. So all of us here in this gathering are responsible for 2040 children that we are going to bring up. On behalf of Lecole Chempaka and the Chempaka Research and Training Center, I extend my sincere thanks to our distinguished panelists for sharing the insights with honesty, depth, and generosity. I also thank our audience, school leaders, educators, and researchers for engaging with this conversation, not only as spectators, but as co-creators of the future of schooling. With that, we formally conclude this panel discussion and invite you to carry these reflections into your schools, your systems, and your leadership journeys. Thank you.
Check. Thank you, Ms. Anisharian and the panelists, Dr. P.M. Anavaratham, Ms. Anulakshman, Ms. Vamsi Lingala, and Dr. Sida Nanduri for a rich and thought-provoking session. Your insights have added depth and clarity to today's conversations and will certainly inform our leadership practices. Annie ma'am, under your guidance, challenges become triumphs. Thank you for being our steadfast anchor always. Your visionary leadership inspires us all.
As a mark of our gratitude and respect to our distinguished panelists, may we request our chairman, Ms. V.N.P. Raj, Ms. Beena, Headmistress, Lecole Chempaka International Kochi, Ms. Viji Bhavendu, Chief Coordinator of Chempaka Kindergartens, and Mr. Sharad Chandran Nair, Complaints Officer, Chempaka Group of Institutions, for the felicitation. I humble request Dr. P.M. Anavaratham and Mr. Vamsi Lingala to step back for award distribution. Dr. P. M. Anavaradam and Anulishmi. Step back. They are requested to step back for the felicitation. Yes. They're coming. Yes, please come.
Let me welcome our respected chairman, Raj Sir, to felicitate Anu Lakshman. Please give a wide round of applause. Thank you, Raj Sir. Thank you, Anu ma'am. So, next, we would like to have Raj Sir to felicitate Dr. P. M. Anavaradam. Thank you so much, sir, for your presence and guidance. Next, I would like to welcome Raj Sir to felicitate Dr. Sita Nanduri. Thank you so much, Sita ma'am and Raj sir. Next, I would like to felicitate Mr. Vamsi Lingala by our Honorable Chairman, Raj sir. Thank you so much, Mr. Vamsi, for your wonderful words and for inspiring us. Thank you all. Thank you very much.
Lingala.
So, we are going for the next phase of awards. May I invite Dr. P.M. Anavaradam and Ms. Anu Lakshman to give away the recognition awards. Now let's start the award recognition. I would like to invite APL Global School Chennai for receiving Excellence in Learning Innovation South India for redefining learning through innovation, creativity and strong student agency. Please welcome APL Global School to the stage. Please give a wide round of applause to APL Global School. Thank you, ma'am. Next, I would like to welcome Ashoka World School, Ernakulam, to receive Kerala Experiential Learning Excellence Award, Ashoka World School. Please give them a wide round of applause, Ernakulam, for making learning come alive through experiential, outdoor, and arts integrated education. Ashoka World School, Ernakulam. Please give a wide round of applause to Ashoka World School. Next, I would like to welcome Navajeevan Bethany, Trivandrum, to receive Kerala Holistic School Culture Award for building a value-rich school culture that balances learning, creativity, well-being, and community. Navajeevan Bethany for receiving the award. Please give a wide round of applause to Navajeevan Bethany. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. Next, I would like to welcome Creative Public School Palakkad for receiving Kerala Emerging Mid-Tier Urban School Award. Creative Public School Palakkad for emerging as a dependable urban school through organized academics and strong co-scholastic engagement. Creative Public School, Palakkad.
Next, I would like to invite the International School of Thrissur to receive award for excellence in Cambridge education, South India, for excellence in Cambridge education through learner-centered practices and global standards. The International School of Thrissur Award for Excellence in Cambridge Education, South India. Next is Bhavans Varuna Vidyalaya, Cochin, is going to receive Kerala Digital Citizenship and Online Safety Award for promoting responsible digital citizenship and safe online practices among students and families. Bhavans Varuna Vidyalaya from Cochin.
Next, I would like to welcome the Dean's Academy Award for Coimbatore. Dean's Academy Award, Coimbatore, for setting national benchmarks in progressive child-centered education that balances academic regions, well-being, and joyful learning. The Dean's Academy. Dean's Academy, Bangalore. Thank you so much, Dr. Sita ma'am. Thank you so much, Dr. P.M. Anavaratham sir and Anu ma'am for giving away the awards. We now move into the research and practice paper presentation segment of the conference. This session showcases selected studies and practices that reflect classroom impact, leadership innovation, evidence-based education approaches. We request the presenters, Ms. Manjusha Muralidharan, Academic Lead, Lecole Chempaka Silver Rocks, Mr. Sendil Kumar S., MG University, Kottayam, and Ms. Maria George, MG University, Kottayam, to kindly proceed as per the program schedule. Let me invite Ms. Manjusha Muralidharan for the paper presentation with the topic, From Compassion to Cognition, How SEL Shapes Learning Outcomes in the NEP 2020 Era. Welcome, Ms. Manjusha Muralidharan. Please give a wide round of applause for Ms. Manjusha Muralidharan, our first person to present the paper. Welcome, ma'am.
Good afternoon, respected dignitaries and fellow educators. I'm Manjusha Muralidharan from Lecole Chempaka Silver Rocks campus, Trivandrum. In this post-lunch session, I invite you to briefly reflect on a simple but critical question. What truly enables learning to take root in our classrooms? My paper, From Compassion to Cognition, examines how social and emotional learning, often perceived as a soft element, functions instead as a core cognitive enabler of learning, particularly within the framework of NEP 2020. In the Indian educational context, SEL has traditionally occupied a marginal space, viewed as an extra. However, NEP 2020 marks a decisive shift by placing it at the center of education. The central concern of this study lies in the gap between policy intent and classroom practice, specifically how SEL is conceptualized emotionally, but rarely or partially cognitively. As we are aware, SEL refers to the process through which learners acquire the skills to manage emotions, build relationships, and make responsible decisions. As we see here, drawing on the Castle framework, this study treats SEL not as an emotional support, but as a structure that directly influences attention, motivation, executive functioning, and learning persistence. NEP 2020 explicitly moves education away from rote learning, as we have listened to our speakers in the earlier sessions. It brings in education towards holistic and competency-based development. Important to note, it positions SEL not as a separate subject, but as something embedded within our classroom culture, pedagogy, and assessment. This vision opens a crucial space for culturally responsive approaches rooted in Indian educational traditions. What is often described as a global best practice finds deep resonance within Indian knowledge systems. Practices such as yoga, mindfulness, the Gurukula ethics, and storytelling traditions have long cultivated self-regulation, empathy, moral reasoning, and social responsibility. SEL therefore does not replace indigenous practices. Instead, it provides a shared conceptual language to articulate their educational value. As we see here, this integration framework represents the analytical core of the study. It maps NEP 2020 priorities with the castle of SEL competencies aligned with Indian knowledge practices. SEL implements NEP goals without overburdening the curriculum using culturally familiar pedagogical practices. Classroom observations indicated consistent patterns across learning environments. As we see in our daily lessons, daily classes, our students have come a far way from being confused and in a position where they could identify their expertise, their expectations, and their capabilities. They also devise out ways how they could improve their performances, with, of course, guidance from the mentors. These findings reinforce the established neuroscience-supported link between emotion and cognition. Impact in action the Chempaka way. At Chempaka, SEL is embedded through mindfulness moments, reflective journaling, storytelling circles, and dialogic classrooms. Over a specific period, students demonstrated greater ownership of behavior and learning, suggesting that emotional safety preceded and enabled deeper cognitive engagement. Despite its promise, SEL implementation faces practical challenges, particularly teacher preparedness, time constraints, and assessment pressures. The study identifies feasible solutions through ongoing PDs, embedded routines, and process rubrics. These approaches reposition SEL not as an added burden, but as an integrated pedagogical strategy. To conclude, from compassion to cognition, SEL functions as an invisible infrastructure. The NEP 2020 provides the policy mandate. Indian knowledge systems offer cultural grounding, and classroom-based evidence demonstrates its practical relevance. The way forward lies in scaling contextualized models, co-designing culturally relevant SEL practices, and developing indigenous assessment frameworks. Dear colleagues, when compassion and cognition work together, education moves beyond achievement. It takes us towards meaning, resilience, and citizenship. Thank you for your patient listening.
Our sincere gratitude to Ms. Manjusha Muralidharan for enriching our perspectives today. Thank you for your thoughtful attention and ideas shared. Next, I would like to invite Mr. Sendil Kumar Yes to present his paper on the topic, Exploring Educators' Perspectives on Artificial Intelligence in Education, Opportunities, Challenges, and Classroom Realities. Sendil Kumar Yes, presenting his paper on the topic, Exploring Educators' Perspectives on Artificial Intelligence in Education, Opportunities, Challenges, and Classroom Realities.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Sendil Kumaras from School of Pedagogical Science, MG University. This is my first paper presentation on exploring educators' perspective on artificial intelligence in education under the guidance of Professor Dr. Sajana Jalil, ma'am. Artificial intelligence is increasingly shaping education landscape of offering new possibilities for personalized learning, assessment, and instructional efficiency. Despite of technological advancement, educators remain the central to how AI tools interpreted, adopted, and enacted the context of their perspective in AI reality integration. My research questions are: what are the opportunities of educators perceiving AI integration, understanding how teachers view AI in potential benefits of teaching and learning, what the challenges each of educators faces when implementing AI, and identify the barriers, concerns, and obstacles in the classroom settings. How do the educators navigate in their practices, exploring the lived realities of AI adoption in classroom integration? This study addresses the critical gap in centering educators' voices in the conversation about AI role in our education system. This is a qualitative approach study. I collected data from semi-structured interview from the illicit WhatsApp media, and the audio is collected to the WhatsApp media and audio recording and edited in Premiere Pro application. And the data is interpreted by AI tools like Audio Notes app. I taken 30 educators from secondary and higher secondary education institution. This is a purposive sampling I will take in this study. The data collected through the guiding topic of interviews like the perceived benefits, challenges, ethical concerns, and professional support needs. This is based on the AI integration to the pedagogical aspects in their classroom. Basically, the artificial intelligence is used on intelligent tutoring system like AI refers to the systems capable of performing tasks requiring human intelligence, reasoning, pattern recognition, and decision making, support the teaching learning process. This is stated by Lucan and et al. 2016. AI also provides adaptive learning system. All the individual learners are different category in the same classroom. So we are tailored the content for the differentiated instruction. So we have used adaptive learning. Our intelligent tutoring system gives a personalized guidance, feedback, and supports to the students for real time by automating assessment of grading tools and predictive analytics for the students' performance. Educators' readiness and professional development. In current state of Kerala's system of education, many educators lack sufficient training in confidence of effectively use of AI tools. because the training gaps between the pre-service and in-service teacher education curriculum, we already know about the ChatGPT, Gemini, suppose something about certain AI tools. In a professional guidance focus primarily on technical skills and why neglecting the ethical and pedagogical dimension. We are need to fulfill this gap between the particular aspect of AI integration in pedagogical sciences. Teacher-centered training program will be future aspects of the state government will be implemented. Opportunities of AI for educators, efficiency and automation and automatic grading, administrative tasks. AI will be help the teachers and the school administration. We also prepare for the data-driven decision making. AI analyze educational data, performance, attendance, engagement to identify the patterns of trends. This is said by Khan in 2020. Challenges and ethical concerns, use of AI integration in pedagogy, data privacy and security. AI system rely on large amount of student data. Educators express serious concerns about how the data collected, stored and used by the third-party vendors. Although algorithmic bias is also give an inequality from the digital divide from the marginalized and digitally occupied children. Because teachers and students are over-reliant in risk, we are used to the AI tools for pedagogical purpose, avoid the socio-emotional learning in classroom practices. And thank you. And mention some fact about AI integration. This study certainly focused some AI tools like audio notes, apps. These findings may be algorithmic bias because of the data collected in social media. The response of teachers are analytics by audio notes app. And so my findings that AI is not a substitute for teachers. It is a teammate for teachers. AI can use the teachers by professionally and ethically. Once again, I thank the organizing committee of Chempaka National Conference 2026 for selecting this paper. And I also remember John McCarthy, the father of artificial intelligence, who gave the idea of artificial intelligence. And because of his idea, I am here. And thank you, everyone. And thank you, all the academic educators, administrators presented here. And thank you, everybody.
Thank you for your valuable insights that have greatly enriched this discussion and inspired further exploration. Thank you, sir. Now I would like to invite our dearest Shashi ma'am to the dais to give away an award, 2 awards. Welcome, Shashi ma'am. Now we would like to present National Award for Women Leadership in Education, Ms. Seema Saini, CEO, Principal, Dalmia High School. Please give a wide round of applause for Ms. Seema Saini, CEO, Principal, Dalmia High School, for exemplifying visionary women's leadership that unites compassion, excellence, and holistic school development. National Award for Women Leadership in Education, Ms. Seema Saini, CEO, Principal, Dalmia High School. Thank you so much, ma'am. So next, we would like to present Kerala Digital Citizenship and Online Safety Award to Bhavans Vidya Mandir, Elamakara, for promoting responsible digital citizenship and safe online practices among students and families. Bhavans Vidya Mandir, Elamakara. May I request Bhavans Vidya Mandir Elamakara the delegate to be on the stage to receive the award. Maybe the person has left. Thank you so much, Shashi ma'am, for your presence. Thank you, Shashi ma'am. Let me invite the last presenter, Ms. Maria George, with her topic, the role of artificial intelligence in fulfilling SDG 4, a comprehensive analysis of opportunities and challenges in education. Welcome, Ms. Maria George.
Respected academicians and fellow educators from all over India, a warm good afternoon to one and all. Myself, Maria George, research scholar at School of Pedagogical Sciences, Mahatma Gandhi University, doing my research study under the supervision of Professor Dr. Sajana Jalil. So, here I am to present my research paper on the topic, AI's role in achieving SDG 4, a comprehensive analysis of opportunities and challenges in education. Artificial intelligence technology has catalyzed a profound transformation in educational practices. The Sustainable Development Goals, also known as Global Goals, were adopted by the United Nations in 2015 as a universal call to action to end poverty, protect the planet, and ensure that all people enjoy peace and prosperity. And SDG 4 is quality education. Union Minister for Education, Sri Dharmendra Pradhan, on the occasion of inauguration of the 3-day Inclusive Education Summit 2026, clearly underlined the need for leveraging digital technology and assistive devices for imparting quality education. So regarding the study framework consists of assessing the role of various AI tools in improving quality, accessibility and inclusivity across diverse contexts, exploring the adoption of challenges faced by teachers and students, and develop recommendations for various stakeholders. Understanding SDG 4. It was already mentioned that among the 17 Sustainable Development Goals proposed by United Nations, the 4th Sustainable Development Goal is that of quality education. So the goal is SDG 4 aims to ensure inclusive and equitable quality education and promote lifelong learning opportunities for all by 2030. Priority population consists of vulnerable groups, poor children, rural communities, persons with disabilities, indigenous people, and refugee children. Now, AI as a transformative force in education. So, we all have heard about personalized learning. Personalized learning is an educational technique that concentrates on individual students' learning processes and caters to their wants and concerns. AI has huge potential in personalized learning by allowing learners to progress at their own pace. For instance, many companies and educational institutions have already used AI to bring personalized learning to students. Now moving on to data-driven insights. AI is capable of providing timely, targeted support strategies to students who are in need. Enhanced accessibility. For diverse group of learners, the various AI tools serve various purposes, moving from adaptive interfaces and offers multilingual support. Now, we have key opportunities. AI in education, AI teaching and tutoring, quality interactions with learners while maintaining human connection, autonomous learning, powerful personalized experience as per the learner's preferences, enhanced assessment, adaptive testing experiences, and under vocational training, reshapes vocational education through personalized learning and offers practical training via automation. So, moving on to bridging the educational divide. AI-generated educational videos deliver quality content to remote rural locations where schools are limited or non-existent. Distance learning platforms provide equitable opportunities for adults seeking professional development without discrimination or barriers. So, we know that in the quality education, we offer equitable opportunities and we ensure that all are included in the education process. So, irrespective of any kind of discrimination or barriers, every student gets equal opportunity. So, the incorporation of various AI tools into the educational scenario by incorporating the use of various AI tools such as 11 Labs. We know that it is a very effective AI tool. It can be used as an recorder, voice recorder. It can be used for voice recording. And in the classroom, if the content that is recorded is delivered or played, the students who lack proficiency in hearing, who face hearing disability can very well understand the concept. So in this way, we can say that all the AI tools in one way or the other offers learners a pace to learn at their own comfort. AI applications supporting SDG 4, intelligent tutoring systems, predictive analytics, and inclusive technologies. Here are some critical challenges that we have to address. That is, first one, infrastructure limitations. Limited technological infrastructure in educational institutions and high implementation cost hinder widespread adoption. Next comes the skills gap. Shortage of skilled personnel to manage AI systems effectively and insufficient educator training on AI technologies. Next, privacy and ethics. Extensive data collection raises privacy concerns, necessitating robust governance frameworks for ethical information handling. And last one, academic integrity. AI poses challenges related to plagiarism and misuse of AI-generated content, threatening educational standards. Now, here we have a figure. It is an interconnected framework. On one side, we have AI technologies incorporating all the ITS, intelligent tutoring systems, adaptive learning platforms, and various accessibility tools. And they are all if they are used with a good purpose, they will uphold the academic integrity and standard, and in one way or the other, it will surely contribute to SDG 4, that is, in upholding and promoting quality education. Now, moving forward together, integrating AI into education presents unprecedented opportunities to advance SDG 4, but success requires navigating ethical considerations, ensuring inclusivity, and maintaining academic integrity while leveraging technology for global good. So 2030 is the target year when we have to achieve the 17 UN Sustainable Development Goals, and let us focus on the one and primarily most important goal of attaining quality education as the foundation for all holistic development. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you for the engaging presentation. Your insights truly elevate our shared pursuit of educational excellence. May I invite Ms. Shija Nellai, Director, Chempaka Group of Institution, to give away an award. Shija ma'am, welcome to the dais. May we present Kerala Digital Citizenship and Online Safety Award to Bhavan's Vidya Mandir, Elamakara, for promoting responsible digital citizenship and safe online practices among students and families. Bhavan's Vidya Mandir, Elamakara. Please give them a wide round of applause.
Thank you to all the presenters for sharing your research and practice so generously with the community. As a mark of our gratitude and respect to our distinguished presenters, may we request Ms. Ambika, Headmistress, Lecole Chempaka Horizon, and Ms. Bindu Pramod, Head of the Section Middle School, for the felicitation. Once again, I request Ms. Ambika, Headmistress, Lecole Chempaka Horizon, and Ms. Bindu Pramod, Head of the Section Middle School, for the felicitation. I request all the present paper presenters to the stage. All the paper presenters, please come to the stage.
I would like to welcome Ms. Manjusha Muralidharan, Mr. Senthil Kumar S. and Ms. Maria George. Please welcome. Thank you to all presenters for sharing your research practice so generously with the community. As a mark of our gratitude and respect to our distinguished presenters, so we are requesting Ms. Ambika and Ms. Bindu Pramod for the felicitation. Thank you so much, Maria ma'am, with your topic, the role of artificial intelligence in fulfilling SDG 4. Mr. Senthil Kumar with his topic, exploring educators' perspectives on artificial intelligence in education. Ms. Manjusha Muralidharan for the paper presentation with the topic, from compassion to cognition, how SEL shapes learning outcomes in NEP 2020 era. Thank you, Ms. Ambika and Ms. Bindu Pramod. Thank you all. We will now proceed to a session by our sponsor. We request all delegates to kindly give their attention to the stage. Welcoming our sponsors to the stage.
Good evening, everyone. We are so happy to be part of this auspicious award ceremony. I represent BST Software from Technopark Trivandrum. Together with me, we have Entity Data Payment Solution Services India. Their zonal manager is here. It's a Samar Paikari also. BST is proud to be associated with more than 500 education institutions throughout India and Middle East. Especially with the Chempaka Group, we are working in all the institutions of the Chempaka Group for the last 3 years, here in Cochin as well as in Trivandrum. And regarding entity data payment, it's a Japanese company which is over 2 decades of experience in payment data, payment integrations. So we are not taking much of your time. We invite all of you, the principals of the schools, to visit the stall or request for a demo in our brochure given here. You can just scan the QR code given in the behind of the brochure for an appointment in WhatsApp, or ask us to visit your school at your convenience for a demonstration. I'll give you just 5 important points regarding our Schoolmate Nouveau app. Our school is the only app which is proudly said to be 100% customizable as per the school requirements. It is AI-powered, cloud-ready, and it's a hybrid model. It both supports desktop as well as cloud applications, together with mobile app and web applications. So without further delay, we like to announce and distribute the lucky draw prizes.
We are going to announce the lucky draw prizes.
Yeah, the prize presented by. We have to take it.
So we haven't taken the prizes, it's yet to take. Third prize presented by Mr. Samar Paikari, Zonal Manager, NTV Data Payment Services.
Can we ask someone from the school to take this?
May I invite our respected Chairman Raj Sir to come and take the prize to the lot. Our third prize goes to Sanu Joseph, Principal, the International School of Thrissur. May we have Mr. Sanu Joseph, sir, on the stage? Not there. Sir has left. So next, we would like to welcome. Second prize is presented by Mr. Bino Chakapurikel, MD, BST Software, Technopark, Trivandrum. Let me welcome Ms. Shija Nellai, our director, to do the second lot, our second prize. Let's wait and see who is the winner. So let's see who has luck this time. It's Tushara, school name Caterpillar 2, preschool Cochin. Is Tushara here? Do we have Tushara Caterpillar 2 preschool Cochin? So, ma'am?
We will deliver it in the school campus directly.
Okay. So, let's go for the first place. Can we have our Shashi ma'am to come and take the lot for the first prize? Let's see who is going to be lucky this time. Mr. Asar Golandaj, he's the principal of the Oxford School, Trivandrum. Is sir here? Mr. Asar Golandaj. So sir has also left. So I hope the prize will reach them, right? Yeah. Yes. Thank you so much for the lucky draw. Thank you so much, sponsors. So may we request all our delegates to kindly take their seats as we begin the valedictory session of the Chempaka National Conference 2026. May we invite Ms. Patnapriya, Senior School Coordinator, Lecole Chempaka International, to welcome the dignitaries. Welcome Patnapriya ma'am to the dais.
Good evening, everyone. What an inspiring day. The Chempaka National Conference 2026 was a powerhouse of ideas, insights, and inspiration. Indeed. The entire day was filled with thought-provoking discussions on NEP 2020, transformative approaches in schools, and celebrating teacher achievements. This has indeed been an impactful event. As we move on to the valedictory session of the Chempaka National Conference 2026, it is our honor to welcome a distinguished set of leaders who represent governance, vision, and sustained commitment to education and society. We warmly welcome Mr. VNP Raj, Chairman, Chempaka Group of Schools, who's our 4-decade journey in education, from a single kindergarten to a nationally respected school ecosystem, stands as a testimony to visionary leadership, ethical practice, and an unwavering belief in holistic education. We warmly welcome you, sir. We are delighted to welcome our guest of honor, Mr. Jayan Naga, Director, Indian Group, a leader whose background in advanced technology, systems thinking, and sustainable development brings a unique perspective on leadership beyond classrooms, where innovation, community building, and long-term impact matter deeply. We welcome you, sir. We also extend a warm welcome to Ms. Shashikala Raj, Secretary, Lecole Chempaka Society for Educare, whose steadfast leadership and administrative strength have been central to translating vision into action across the Chempaka institutions. We warmly welcome you, ma'am. A special welcome to Ms. Shijan Nalai, Director, whose role in institutional planning, quality systems, and people leadership continues to strengthen Chempaka's academic and organizational foundations. We cordially welcome you, ma'am. I also extend a warm welcome to all esteemed dignitaries and leaders who have represented their reputed schools and organizations as delegates. Thank you, and once again, welcome you.
Thank you, ma'am. May we now invite Ms. Ivy John, Vice Principal, Lecole Chempaka Silver Rocks, to offer her reflections on the National Conference. Welcome, Ms. Ivy John, Vice Principal, Lecole Chempaka Silver Rocks.
Good evening, distinguished delegates, esteemed leaders, visionaries, and respected educators. As we come to the close of this Chempaka National Conference 2026, let's take a pause, not to end, but to reflect. Because this conference did not begin as an event, it began as a question. A question which most of us carry in our hearts as educators and leaders. Are we really preparing our children for not just for the exams, or for the life, work, citizenship of the world they enter in 2040, 2050, and beyond? This question was the origin of this conference. And over the past years, it has become clearer that education cannot move forward just because, with isolated efforts or fragmented ideas or even cosmetic changes. What we need now is the collaborated effort, a research-informed collaboration where schools come together, ask questions, learn from one another, and grow together. Even NEP 2020 calls for transformation. The transformation is not just minor changes and modification. It's a shift in the purpose, shift in the culture, and shift in the practice. Transformation is not just the change in textbooks or syllabus or any such, or even adding technology just for appearance. So transformation it's all about thinking or rethinking into how learning lives in our classrooms, how leadership shapes culture, and how children experience school every day. The future of education does not live in galleries and brochures, we all know. It lives in classrooms, it lives in teacher-student relationship, and how curiosity is nurtured, how mistakes are treated, and how we encourage thinking. Technology is not the future by itself. It is only a tool, powerful enough when guided by purpose, ethics, and human values. Used well, it amplifies the creativity, inquiry, and access. Used poorly, it distracts the humanity itself education stands to protect. One message which emerged very strongly today is that schools need to move from competition to collaboration, from comparison to contribution, and from recognition, which is market-driven, to recognition, which will be driven by evidence-based research. That's why research sits at the heart of this conference itself, not as theory, but as a practice. A practice where schools, research centers, educators work together, learning not just what works, but why it works. Today, we spoke about children of grade 1, currently in grade 1, who will be emerging or entering a world, their real world, and work around 2040, 2050. And there's another group who are the kids of 2100, you can say, and whose world is almost unpredictable from now. But we all can change one thing. We all can prepare their minds and hearts. Preparing them means not predicting job opportunities or job options, but by nurturing thinking, adaptability, ethics, and compassion. As we look back on today's conversation, keynote, panel, and the honest questions, we must ask one final question to ourselves. What will change because we were here today? Not tomorrow morning, but 365 days from now, where we meet again. If by next January, if schools collaborate more openly, and leaders become reflective practitioners, and classrooms become more humane and curious, technology is used with intention, then today will have truly mattered. The Chempaka National Conference is not just an event, it's a national movement in its early steps. And everyone over here is a part of that journey. Dear educators, thank you for your presence, your thinking, your honesty, your commitment to think beyond today for education. Let this not be an ending, but a beginning. Thank you all. Have a wonderful evening.
Our sincere appreciation to Ms. Ivy John, Vice Principal, Lecole Chempaka, Silver Rocks, for her thoughtful and articulate reflections on the National Conference. May we now invite Mr. Jay Naga, Director, Indian Group, Bengaluru, to address the gathering with a felicitation address. Welcome, sir.
Good evening, all. I have to thank you, VP and sir, for having me as part of this event. Good evening to all dignitaries, educators, and leaders in the education system. I know it's 5 p.m., and I know at the end, I don't want to take too much time. But I also want to say that I come from a very different industry from education, very different. And what I heard today is very thought-provoking and a bit scary based on what Kapil said. But I think it leaves us with questions to answer. And I think programs like Chempaka National Conference 2026 would be a key element in putting together programs for institutions to take it forward so that it's not as scary as we think it is. Having said that, to our keynote speakers and panelists who shared their wisdom earlier today, the insights you offered, the experiences you shared, the questions you raised, they've given everyone in this room a lot to think about. And I hope a lot to take back to your schools on Monday. Now, I keep my part brief. I've spent my career working with more concrete things. Projects with clear timelines, measurable outcomes, and defined endpoints. You finish a project, you move on, and you start the next one. It's straightforward in a way I suspect you never see. Because you don't get to finish, but in your world, you don't get to finish with a child and move on. You don't get clear endpoints, and the most important, you do. It can't be measured on any dashboard or quarterly report. Here's what I have learned from watching people like you. The most valuable things we create in this world are invisible. They're not things you can photograph or put on a balance sheet. They're moments, decisions, the choice to see potentials where others see problems. The courage to invest time in someone with no guaranteed return. In my world, we obsess over efficiency. We ask, what's the fastest way to complete a project? What's the most cost-effective way, and how do we go about it? But you can't efficiently care about a struggling student. You can't cost effectively build a child's confidence. You can't streamline the process of changing a life. These things take time. They take energy. They take something that runs out by 5 p.m. on a Friday, and yet somehow you find more in it on Monday morning. I look at the success stories all the time, people who've made it, companies that have thrived, communities that have grown, and here's the truth. Behind every single one of them is someone like you, the educators. Someone who stayed late, someone who has made one more phone call to a parent, someone who refused to give up on a kid everyone else had written off. The foundations you laid, most of the time, you never even get to see the final structure. The student who graduates struggles for a few years, then finally becomes who you always knew they could be. They rarely come back to say thank you, but that doesn't make your work any less real. So here's what I want to leave you with. On the days when you feel like you are pouring everything into something with nothing to show for it, remember this: you're not building for today, you're not building for this year, you're building foundations that will hold up families, careers, and communities for decades to come. And that kind of work doesn't show immediate results, but it's the only work that truly lasts. So I would say, go home tonight, rest, let yourself be exhausted without guilt, and come back on Monday knowing that you are creating a more permanent, more valuable, and more necessary than anything the rest of us could ever care to build. Thank you for doing what really matters. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jayan Naga, for your thoughtful felicitation address and for honoring this occasion with your presence. We now proceed with the final phase of the National and State School Recognition Awards. Phase 5.
Let me invite the Somaiya School from Mumbai to receive National Award for Learning Environment and Infrastructure Excellence.
The Somaiya School, Mumbai. We are passing on to the next one. We would like to invite Shemford Little Stars Alapura for receiving National Early Years Center of Excellence Award. Shemford Little Stars Alapura. Please give a round of applause for Shemford Little Stars Alapura for receiving National Early Years Center of Excellence Award for building a joyful, developmentally rich early years ecosystem that nurtures young learners through care, play, and purpose. Please give a round of applause for Shemford Little Stars Alapura, National Early Years Center of Excellence Award.
Next is a Maple Bear Canadian Preschool from Trivandrum to receive National Early Years Center for Excellence Award. Maple Bear Canadian Preschool from Trivandrum.
We are passing on to the next one. We would like to invite Vidyashilp Academy, Bangalore. Vidyashilp Academy, Bangalore, for receiving National STEM and Innovation Excellence Award. Please give a round of applause for Vidyashilp Academy, Bangalore, for receiving National STEM and Innovation Excellence Award for redefining learning through excellence in STEM, creativity, and innovation. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Next is
Vidyashilp Academy.
Next is a B.V. Bhavans Rajaji Vidyashram from Kilpauk to receive Community Outreach School Award, South India. B.V. Bhavan Sirajaji Vidyashram.
We are moving on to the next one, the King's School Tirunelveli. The King's School Tirunelveli. Rajagiri Christu Jayanti Public School, Kakanad. Rajagiri Christu Jayanti Public School, Kakanad for receiving Emerging Digital Learning Excellence Award, South India. Please give a round of applause for Rajagiri Christu Jayanti Public School, Kakanad, for driving future-ready education through excellence in digital learning and technology-enabled classrooms. Rajagiri Christu Jayanti Public School, Kakanad. Thank you so much, sir.
Next is the GEMS Modern Academy, Kochi, to receive South Indian Award for Excellence in Experiential Learning. GEMS Modern Academy, Kochi.
GEMS Modern Academy, Kochi for receiving South Indian Award for Excellence in Experiential Learning. For excelling in experiential learning that connects students to real life through inquiry, action and meaningful experience. Thank you so much, ma'am. Next, I would like to welcome Ekya Nava, Bangalore. Ekya Nava, Bangalore.
Next is Lord's Public School, Kottayam, to receive Kerala 21st Century Skill Development Award.
Please give a round of applause for Lord's Public School, Kottayam, to receive Kerala 21st Century Skills Development Award for building a future-ready school culture that nurtures communication, collaboration, creativity and critical thinking. A round of applause for Lord's Public School, Kottayam.
Staff members, if any, please.
May we request the teachers of Luth Public School to be on the dais. Please give a round of applause to Luth Public School, Kottayam, for receiving Kerala 21st Century Skill Development Award.
St. Thomas Central School, Thiruvananthapuram, to receive Kerala Communication and School Branding Excellence Award. St. Thomas Central School, Thiruvananthapuram. No.
Greets Public School, Kallur. Greets Public School, Kallur, to receive Kerala Emerging Excellence in 21st Century Skills.
Next is GEM Kids International Preschool, Kannur. GEMS Kids International Preschool, Kannur.
Vidyodaya School, Thevekal, Cochin. Please give a round of applause for Vidyodaya School, Thevekal, Cochin, for receiving Kerala Environmental Education and Green Campus Award. For leading environmental education through eco-literacy, sustainability and student-led action. A round of applause for Vidyodaya School, Thevekal, Cochin. Thank you so much, ma'am.
St. Teresa's Higher Secondary School, Ernakulam, to receive Kerala Heritage School Women's Education Pioneer Award.
We would like to invite St. Teresa's Higher Secondary School, Ernakulam, to receive Kerala Heritage School Women's Education Pioneer Award.
For over 125 years of pioneering women's education through excellence, culture and empowerment. St. Teresa's Higher Secondary School, Ernakulam.
Thank you very much for your presence. Jyothi Central School, Trivandrum. Jyothi Central School, Trivandrum.
Carmel Public School, Vadakulam. Carmel Public School, Vadakulam.
Please give a round of applause for Carmel Public School, Vadakulam, for receiving Kerala Project-Based Learning PBL Excellence Award.
For setting a benchmark in project-based learning through inquiry, creativity and student-led work. Carmel Public School.
Varakulam. Carmel Public School, Varakulam. Thank you so much, sir. Bhavan's Vidya Mandir, Cochin. Bhavan's Vidya Mandir, Cochin.
Next is Gregorian Public School, Maradu, who received Kerala Sports, Culture and Fitness Leadership Award. Gregorian Public School, Maradu.
Tokesh Public School, Cochin.
Peevish Public School, Malappuram.
Congratulations to all the award recipients. Your work continues to inspire and strengthen the educational community. As a mark of our gratitude and respect to our distinguished guest, may we request our chairman, Raj sir, for the felicitation. Thank you so much, all the dignitaries. Welcome Raj sir for the felicitation.
Pretty sure there is no more energy in you. And also pretty sure Vande Bharat is reaching Trichur. So in 1.5 hours you have to reach North Station. So let us conclude. For the entire Chempakaites, there has to be an appreciation, there has to be a facilitation, there has to be a heart full of gratitude, which we will have it in Trivandrum, not in Kochi. We will have a day allotted for this, for everyone here, everyone there, everyone here and everyone there. Let us meet in Trivandrum and celebrate a night. That's my word to you. Because I don't want to hold you, rush to the railway station, catch your trains. But my special thanks to everyone here, Sheija, Shashi, Pramod sir. It's not possible to name anybody because how much you people worked, I realize now. I can't have words at this moment. I'm falling short of words. But Chempaka has created a history today. It was our day, and on 60 days, something we thought impossible, we made it possible. So we are all proud and happy for that. And next year, we will start work from, where is Sati? We will start work from Monday holiday, Tuesday. And see that we meet in Bangalore next year with the same courage, same ability and reduce time by 3 p.m. leave. That will be our goal. Everyone thanks. The light and sound provider thanks. The hall providers thanks. Immense thanks to everyone here. The nice food they provided. Let us be happy. Keep your mind happy. You are all looking as if you are sick. Bring a mind of happiness first. When you are happy, everything happens happiness. When you are sick, everything is sick. So leave the sick mind, keep the happy mind, go to the railway station, catch Vande Bharat, 3 hours enjoy, and reach Trivandrum by 10:45. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for a befitting felicitation.
May we invite Bhavan's Varna Vidyalaya to receive the award. Bhavan's Varna Vidyalaya. Bhavan's Varna Vidyalaya. Please give.
Phase 1.
May we request Sense Kaleidoscopes, a unit of IID Trust, to please come forward for the dais to receive National Award for Excellence in Inclusive Education. Please give a wide round of applause for Sense Kaleidoscopes, unit of ID and Trust. Raj sir, please give away the award to Sense Kaleidoscope, a unit of ID Trust, for setting a national benchmark in inclusive education through compassion, personalization, and evidence-based support. Thank you so much. May we invite Ms. Sadi Srijit, Chief HR Officer, to deliver the vote of thanks for the National Conference. As a mark of our gratitude and respect to our distinguished guest, may we request Raj sir to felicitate Mr. Jayan Naga. Thank you so much, Mr. Jayan Naga, for your thoughtful address and for honoring this occasion with your presence. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, dignitaries. May we invite Ms. Sadi Srijit, Chief HR Officer, to deliver the vote of thanks for the National Conference.
Good evening to all. I have a very bad voice today. I'm so sorry about it. As we come to the close of the Chempaka National Conference 2026, Chapter 2, it is my proud privilege to propose the vote of thanks. First and foremost, I extend my sincere and respectful thanks to our Chairman, Raj sir. Sir, your vision, guidance, and unwavering commitment to value-based education continue to inspire the entire Chempaka family. Thank you for your constant leadership and support and your guidance throughout the event. A special word of appreciation to Mr. Jayan Naga, Director, Indian Group, for your presence and encouragement. Sir, we are grateful for your valuable association and support. I also extend our sincere gratitude to the Secretary of Chempaka Group, Mrs. Shashikala Raj, for her constant guidance and unwavering support. Thank you, dear Shashi ma'am. Now, I extend our heartfelt thanks to Ms. Shija N., Director of Chempaka Group. Ma'am, thank you for your thoughtful guidance and constant encouragement. My heartfelt appreciation to Mr. Pramod Pillai, Chief Organizer, for his exceptional effort, meticulous planning, and tireless commitment in bringing this conference to life. Sir, your remarkable organizational skills, attention to detail, and composed leadership behind the scenes have truly made a world of difference. Most importantly, it is your vision and thoughtful approach that made this conference truly unique, distinctive in its quality and execution, and indeed one of its kind. Thank you, sir, for setting such a high standard of excellence. To all our delegates and participants, thank you for your active involvement, thoughtful reflections, and enthusiastic presence. You are the true strength of this conference, and your participation has made every session meaningful. I extend sincere thanks to all the members of the organizing committee, our school leaders, and the team for their meticulous planning, teamwork, and flawless execution throughout the conference. A warm note of gratitude to each and every member of the Chempaka family, both teaching and non-teaching teams, who worked with great dedication to make this event a success. Your efforts, though not always visible on stage, are deeply felt and greatly appreciated. It is the collective effort that made the day resourceful and memorable for each attendees. A special word of appreciation to the talented dancers from Sri Vivekananda Memorial Public School, and the wonderful musicians of the Chempaka Music Academy, whose vibrant performances added grace, energy, and a beautiful cultural touch to this valedictory function. We also thank all our guests and attendees who joined us today and contributed to the spirit of learning and collaboration. Our sincere appreciation to Taj Vivanta for their excellent hospitality, arrangements and support which added elegance and comfort to this entire event. A special thanks to the event management team, Global Productions, for their professional coordination, technical support, and smooth management of the program. Once again, thank you all for being part of this inspiring journey. Let us take forward the learning, the connections, and the spirit of transformation from this conference into our schools and our classrooms. With all spirit of new learning, and hope to meet again in the chapter 3 of Chempaka National Conference, let me sign off. Thank you, and let us have a safe journey back home.
May we quickly see a short highlight video of today National Conference 2026. Delay. 1 minute. As we come to the conclusion of the Chempaka National Conference 2026, we extend our sincere gratitude to every delegate, speaker, panelist, and organizer who made this day meaningful. This may be the end of today's conference, but it is the beginning of deeper reflection, bolder leadership, and purposeful action in our schools. May the ideas shared today travel back with you into your classrooms, your staff rooms, and your leadership decisions. We bid you a fond farewell until we reconvene with even greater zeal for our 3rd edition. Thank you, and we wish you a safe journey home. Signing off, Anju Jacob and Varghese sir. Thank you. National Conference 2026.
भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे